Good morning, everybody, live from Rizal, Philippines. J Mike Show, guys. Thank you for coming. Good to see everybody already. Thanks for stopping at that premiere, guys. I know it wasn't a long one. Sometimes I have long ones, but anyway, thanks for watching the premiere, guys. And some of you are here from the premiere. Thank you, guys, for hanging out and not going away. It's it's Wednesday morning here. It's almost the end of summer. We are in the last days of summer, guys. How is the weather over there in North America? Tuesday evening over there. Happy Tuesday. Happy midweek, guys. Summer official start of official end of summer, where autumn begins, is Friday. I guess, guys, from what I see. And so, how was your summer, everybody? In North America, it's a big deal in North America. In the Philippines, it's always warm. Some days are warmer and more humid than others. Sometimes it's raining, but it's always warm here. We don't have hot and cold water here. We just have water. It's so funny. Uh, Lane Christian Vlogs, Annalie Pinungan, Team Happy, Cherise Davera, Team Happy. Guys, Team Happy's here. Don't worry, Team Happy. Don't worry, be happy. That's my theme song for you guys. Don't worry, be happy. I love you guys. Thank you. I never knew there were teams on YouTube when I've been here about 2 years. I never knew there were teams and things like that, or even live streams. I didn't know what a live stream was. I thought those were television shows. Hey, they're doing a TV show live. Let's check this out. My problem was I didn't watch TV. I'm not really much of a TV. Sometimes I watch it to get information or whatever, but that's it. Or watch, a football game or something. Charisse Tavera, did I mention you? Hindi ako artista. Welcome back. Good to see you. Thanks for coming back in. Hindi ako artista. Like that. You are an artist, by the way. You are an artist. Everybody's an artist. You're either an artist or a geek. And I mean that in a good way. Geeks get things done, guys. And the reason I'm getting close to the camera, because of the way my studio is, I'm reaching for the sound card. I haven't been able to figure that out. Uh-oh, my my pen drive is shaking. I gotta do something about that. It's making sounds because it's getting bumped. Even if you don't bump it, if there's a vibration, it will ding, and I gotta eject that baby. Just a few seconds, okay. All right, it did it again. I don't know if that's good or bad. We'll find out. I'm not having luck. I think my USB port is causing the problem. I'm not sure. It's a new phenomenon for me because I always had good luck with the thumb drives, the removable drives, but for the last, I don't know how many days, I've had nothing but errors and corruption. I don't know why. Hi, Mila Prasmo. Mila Prasmo. How are you doing? I'm changing the screen here. Mila Prasmo. Thank you for stopping in. Good to see you. All my assistants are busy. They couldn't make it today, or they haven't made it yet. So, hi, Share Pencil. I'm having my morning pineapple juice. I don't never know what juice I'm gonna have in the morning because when I shop, I get all the different types of juices, and then I drink one at a time. I get the 1 liter cartons, and so for a few days I'll have one, and then I'll have a different kind. So I mix it up during the week. But this is not about me. This is about you guys. Thanks for coming in. Cesar, Chacho, Team Happy, Mary 1970. They share. Sean Williams, I'm stumbling for things to say. That's not like me. I usually don't stop talking. uh, Oops, wait for it, guys. There he is. Fanatic Guide is here, guys. Hey, Fanatic, you are right on time.
Oh,
How's it going? 2 more days of summer. Actually, one
exactly.
more day. It's so Wednesday and Thursday, and then autumn begins on Friday. So the weekend will not be a summertime weekend. How's the weather over there?
Pretty good.
The big areas like New York and Boston and Chicago and probably Seattle, Minneapolis, Detroit, all those cities, Kansas City. The summer is just about over for them. So it's a big in Michigan, upstate Michigan, the upper Michigan, all the northern states. The summer's a big deal. It's kind of depressing. Well, I mean, at least in my opinion, it's depressing when summer ends. At the end of summer, the humidity disappears and it feels like a relief because northerners aren't used to warm weather, so the humidity is more difficult for them. So they don't like it.
Oh,
But then when the reality sets in that the nights are getting cold and therefore the days aren't so warm, you got to start putting a coat on, a jacket or whatever. Warm clothes, and you got to turn on your heat. That's going to cost you a fortune this year. It's not good. It's not good. It's all because of politics,
exactly.
guys. The unelected people are playing politics too, and it's the average person is hearing about it and they don't want to hear it. It sounds like trouble to them. Like it sounds like we're causing the trouble. We're talking about trouble is not the same thing as causing the trouble, and but people feel that way, and that's kind of shocking, fanatic. Um,
Exactly.
the problem in the world. I did a little short. I tried to make it funny over lunch about how we adore the most daring liars. I'm talking about media that when we watch the news and talk shows like news, we adore the most daring liars, and we detest it to the point of hatred toward the people that are at least trying to tell us the truth. Because there's not enough of them, and everybody thinks, "Oh, nobody agrees with him because they're all saying something else," and then we believe it because we hear it all our lives. It's
Exactly.
it's it's not good. There are unelected people that have gotten all the money. Think of Monopoly. The person that's winning has no mercy. You're out. We're out, guys. We're all getting pushed out. The things that they're doing are created. What they believe, what they actually believe, is that the world would be better off with fewer people. So they don't want to. They don't want to. Pay anyone to come in with guns. That it's not like that. But what they're doing is they're finding ways to shorten our lives through blocking happiness. Blocking the things that help us pursue happiness is what's being done. That's what they're doing. And that will create a shorter lifespan. And they believe with an evil thought process that that's good for the world. And that's absurd. It's total evil. That's what the devil wants. People think, "Oh, I don't believe it. I don't worship the devil." Yeah, you do. If you love your sin and you know you don't want to stop sin, you tell us that God isn't real and all this stuff. But if you notice that things aren't going right in your life, it's because of your sin.
Exactly.
I'll drink to that, fanatic, because it's true. I'm not making stuff up, guys. There are about. I heard the number 1,000. It's hard to believe that. And I'm talking about 1,000 billionaires, not
Really?
named not named Donald Trump, that are in the World Economic Forum. They have been in existence for 50 years. The chairman is Klaus Schwab. You've
Oh.
you've heard the name in the media. Over the years, they are a financial brokerage, I think, something like that. I never really paid too much attention. I've seen their ads over the years. But the people that own the big banks, the biggest banks, and the largest companies that buy other companies, and then they buy other companies, and those they buy everybody out. They are part of this, guys, and they're buying us out. Don't let that happen. An old friend of mine that I knew from since the Boy Scouts. He started up a business in Seattle. He left Boston, went to Seattle, had a nice little business, and then he sold it for $2 million. He came home and he said, "Yeah, I made it. I sold my business for $2 million. Now I got to figure out what to do next." But um, I can't get into that because that's not part of this. But yeah, it's nice that you can do that. But what happens is they get more and more power, and then they influence everybody. They're influencing the media, and that's why we're being told the media all has the same narrative. almost all, 90%. And
Exactly.
then and then what happens is everybody hates that one, the 1 out of 10. Everybody hates them because they think that, well, that can't be true because they're the only ones saying it. So they must be the bad guys. That's what people are thinking. So I want to tease everybody. Look at that! Look at that!
The
Team
wheel.
happy. You guys want to play the wheel? I don't. I'm teasing. I don't know why I did that. Maybe because it works. The wheel works. It's there, guys. So we want to know. Jason Ghost Hunter from Australia. Good eye, mate. How are you doing? That's all the Australian I know, other than he's guy. I want scoily fries. I love the Australian accent. I'm not like disrespecting it. I love it. I love the way it sounds. It's hard to do that. It's hard to try to develop your own version of a different accent. It's hard to do that. Our language is what it is because we learn the pronunciation of two letters together. Like in Filipino, it's a, ba, ka, da, fa,
Huh.
ma, sa, pa, ta. Um, but when we put words together, if we're accustomed to speaking American English, it's very hard for us to follow that and stick with it. And so you gotta the language lessons are repetitive, and it's hard to get it. Yeah, it's hard to get it. My how do I want to? My stepdaughter lives in Sydney, Australia. Her and her husband, they live outside Sydney. I think they said 80 kilometers. I don't know how far away it is. Um, I'd have to check the map again to recall. I don't have it all memorized, but um, they are northwest of Sydney. So they're outside the city, that's for sure. They live on a long rural road. Houses are spread out there. So I'm not sure how close they are to the nearest center. But they, yeah, my wife's going to take a trip up. Oh, excuse me, I need water. I don't have water. All I have is lukewarm coffee. It's
Oh.
not. It's room temperature. It's not even hot. So she's going to take a trip out there in 2 months, in November, at the end of November, and come back days. I think 2 days before Christmas, something like that. Um, Shout out Pinos Habit, a mega love shout out. Good to see you. Am I loud and clear? I don't want to be in the distance. I want this to stand out, and I don't know why I'm doing that. I'm not close enough to the mic. Just make sure I'm loud and clear. Everybody, is J Mike loud and clear? Marry me, marry me. You're one of my favorites. Shh, don't tell the others. They'll be jealous. Actually, my favorites aren't here yet. My other favorites, they're not here. So. I've got a lot of favorites, but I don't play favorites. It is what it is, I guess. I can't explain it. Because a fanatic, when I do try to use logic to explain things, it makes sense to only 30% of people. That's the big issue in the world is you can't use logic with illogical people. And it doesn't make them bad people, but they can go down a bad path and then bad things happen. That is very likely.
Ooh.
Good to see you, Pinos Habit. Lona Ignacio. Yeah, that happens to everybody all the time. I mean, I wasn't always going down the right path. I was walking the left path for a while, and I thought I was smart too. 16-year-olds know everything, and then when everyone turns 18 or 21, they think to themselves, 16-year-olds don't know diddly. And it's the same people saying it. When my youngest was 16, she said, Dad, you're a stupid jerk.
Hmm?
You don't know, and everything you say is stupid. You don't know anything. It's like, oh, really? Check back with me in 2 years and like write this down. Her older sisters, my other daughter, especially my oldest daughter, when she was that age, she did the same thing, and then years later, she wrote on Facebook that I was right about a lot of things. Write
Exactly.
it all down, guys. Viking Gaming, how are you doing? Good to see you. What do you make of the new short video policy? 10 million views, etc. I haven't read the policy, but um, it is what it is. I didn't get started on shorts right away. I had my very first video was a short, but I didn't think about doing videos. I just put it up there because I thought it was cool. I was juggling, and I wasn't really making videos. And then I was trying to. I always had a guitar around the house, but I never really picked it up and tried to work on it. I just knew the 6 or 7 basic open chords. That's all I knew, and I never really tried to learn it.
Oh,
So, I mean, I could keep it in tune a little bit. I didn't understand the high and low tuning though. So when I got an electric guitar, I tuned it too high, an entire octave too high, and I didn't realize it because the low string, the fat string was too high, but it was okay because it wouldn't break. But then the high E kept breaking. If I bended a note because it was as tight as possible, but it was tuned. It was the strings were tuned to each other, but they weren't tuned to the pitchfork, the tuning fork. I'm sorry, the tuning fork, the 440 hertz. I don't know how high. I don't know where it was, but it was way too high, and I kept snapping the thin string. The one string kept snapping, and I didn't know what was going on until I figured that out. And then I didn't figure it out. I learned. I learned the hard way by going back to basics. If you don't really know that much, you need to get on the basics. So I was trying to become more advanced, and then it wasn't working. You can't learn tricks until you learn the basics, and then you got to know the rules before you break them. Although you see all these videos, do this trick on guitar, and it's Jimi Hendrix. It doesn't work that way, guys. So, me, I'm 25. Yeah, we're all 25 at heart.
exactly.
I don't know. Deep inside, yeah, I'm kind of like a boy sometimes, but I like to try to be logical, so that comes across as not fun-loving to people. It seems to be boring. Philosophy is boring. Actually, people hate it. So, and I have haters, but that's too bad. They're living a sad life. I don't care. I don't care what they think. I do, but I mean, I care about what God is going to do with their soul, but it's not really my business. It's my business to pray to God to save everyone. But you have to ask for that yourself. That has to be inside you. You got to figure that out for yourself. Finas, I was chatting with one of the YouTube team earlier, and they said that to be eligible on Shorts Fund, the Shorts Fund, the short video that you are going to make should be watched page on YouTube. I don't understand what you're telling me.
Well, I don't know.
Oh,
Regarding
you
the
know, it's hard to. I can only get a short on the watch page for shorts through my phone.
Hmm.
If I try to upload a portrait style from my laptop and then put in hashtag shorts, it won't work. So it has to come from the phone. I don't know how they make these professional television videos in the shorts. I don't understand that. So there's something that I'm not able to do that they're doing.
so regarding the monetization updates that I think was Viking Gaming mentioned, the YouTube
You know,
made it so that in order to be monetized, you had to have at least the 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 watch hours are intact, but you can either have 4,000 watch hours or at least 1 million shorts views within a 90-day period.
you know how many watch hours you're going to get from a million views on a video that's 30 seconds? We can do the math. I won't, but
Very,
it's going to
very
give you
few.
4,000 watch hours. Yeah, you're going to get 4,000 watch hours from that. If you get a million views on a short and it's
Yeah,
30
10 million.
seconds, so yeah,
What they
that's
said
not
was
even
10
an issue.
million.
It's not even an issue. I can't get 10,000 views on a short. My best short has almost 9,000 views. That's it. Um, and I'm starting to put out shorts now. But I think she's saying not from recorded video. You have to go live on the watch page. I thought that was Facebook though. The YouTube team earlier said that that to be eligible on Shorts Fund, the short video that you are going to make should be on Watched page. So what is the Watched page, Fanatic? What is the
So what
YouTube
I'm
Watch page? Is that a live? You got to make a live
what
video?
I'm thinking is like how you'd watch like a long form video.
No, we're talking about shorts.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, you
But
mean the portrait, the upright, the long,
yeah.
the up and down. Yeah,
Hmm.
the thin and the stand
Yeah,
up, the
yeah,
upright.
those kind of videos, yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, that's obvious. There's no. You can't make a short without that. Without doing that. Um, Not from recorded video. So I guess you got to make it while you're on the. You got to record it live. So that's not what we're seeing in the shorts bucket. We're seeing pre-recorded stuff, even edited stuff. A lot of the shorts are like completely edited, like tons of edits, and they're being made by TV production people or movie production people or people
Yeah,
that are in
exactly.
advertising. And they do it on the side for them. They create their own channel. They work for maybe more than one advertising company, uh, um, production companies, uh, um, um, and they make their own videos from the material that they have, the footage that they have access to, and then they're creating things that have a great deal of editing in it, and then they're getting it in the shorts bucket. And I don't understand
Or they
how
re-upload it
or
from
why that's.
TikTok.
Well, yeah, they're recording it somewhere. So,
Exactly.
but a lot of these people are pros, and we're up against people who are in the industry of media and audiovisual, and here we are with phones, and we don't know much, and we're trying to get involved to see if we can get a lot of views, and it ain't working. It doesn't work for the average person on their phone. I've seen videos where people say you don't need all the camera equipment and all in a studio and all this. Just get your phone and get a video done. It's like, yeah, but you can do that, but we're not getting 500,000 views. It doesn't work that way. The
Exactly.
pros are beating us to that, guys, and I don't know exactly what processes they're using. I don't know where somebody gets um, you know 20 minutes of Ben Shapiro telling everybody to think twice. I don't know where they're getting that. Um, I can get a 15-second clip, but I'm not using the visual to go with it. And it's not the full thing. If I can't get 30 seconds or 60, however long it is, it doesn't. It's not. It won't work. Good morning, J Mike. Hi, MJ in Taiwan. Good to see you. Yep, we're just getting started, guys. It's J Mike and Fanatic Guy. And there's, I guess, a new short. I heard that was coming out, that we're going to announce something, but I didn't pay attention to it. I get things going on too, guys. Um, it's not all working. I'm having technical problems with my backup. I I pulled out a 64. Where's my light? I don't have light. Oh, here we go. It's a 64 gigabyte pen drive right here that got from Amazon before I came to the Philippines. This was just I just had it in a Ziploc bag. Never used, and I'm getting corruption errors. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's causing my thumb drives to develop corruption. I'm not technically adept at enough to figure that out, Fanatic, but it's killing me.
Never heard of that.
If I get in a bigger removable hard drive and I get the same problems, I'm gonna get some flammable liquid and burn everything.
So I have an older computer. I've had it since 2016, and lately we've had issues where it just sporadically shuts off. So we thought initially
That's
that it was related to the solid state drive. We replaced that, but the
really
only benefit we got out of that was additional storage, which the 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 one we got originally was 128 gigabytes. The new one that we installed,
that's
along with a
small.
fresh copy of Windows, was 480 gigabytes, excluding the
Did you
copy
have
of
Windows?
Windows.
Did you have Windows 7 or something?
No, the computer originally came
Windows.
with Windows 10.
Oh, Yeah. So the older computers get, the more problems you run into, and it's hard to figure them all out. I was in love with that computer. This when I got this one. This one's a little just over a year old now, about 14 months. Um, Beautiful, fast. It's the i5. It was really good, but not in only a 256 gigabyte hard drive. So I thought, well, that'll be okay for a while. But then I started. That's right when I started making videos, and video videos. When you edit a video, it duplicates the video, all the footage. So it you can double your file your file size in just a few minutes. So if you have 100 gigabytes used up and you make videos with all of that, if you make a new long video, you could have 200 gigabytes of space. Just in a few minutes. So I ran out of space here, and I'm buying all these pen drives, and they're not working. They make that little they bleep or something like that, and that's the signal that you got a problem. And I think, well, if it moves or wiggles in the space, like in the slot, if it just moves, if you just touch it, it'll go. It's like a bleepy. It's like a singy. It sounds like a music. It's like, and it means that there's a problem. Putt Putt King, Megalive shout out. Good to
Yeah,
see you. Thanks.
I had to get a new mouse because the one I had was an old one that was just in a parts bin in my basement, and it was disconnecting and reconnecting sporadically with the computer I'm using right now. I was reconnecting it and moving stuff out of the way, trying to connect it to a different USB port, and doing all that. All those things didn't work.
Yeah, going back to the other thing about shorts, I uploaded 2 shorts yesterday. They went right into the shorts bucket, but I'm not getting any views. Yeah, it's just like 7, 10, 15, 20 views. That's it. Not really getting out there and getting. But then the day before, I got like over 500 views, but nothing over 1,000 or two. Um, I don't know. I know I'm not doing it perfect. The shorts, I just whatever I have on a short, I just stick it out there. It's not. I don't really work on it. I don't edit them. No, I don't understand how the people that are editing shorts are getting a million views. I don't understand that. What I gather is that they already have jobs in the business in the media business. Um, I know one guy. He's not doing. I don't think he's doing shorts. His channel is redacted because um, they got a community guideline strike. It's a husband and wife. He's got like 800,000 subscribers or something crazy like that. It's not a million, but it's up there. It's around over 750,000 subscribers. So they're doing well. It's a husband and wife. I think they're in California or somewhere around there. And the name of the show is Redacted. And
Huh.
but he's from Fox. He was a correspondent from Fox News back in at some point in the past, and he's a brilliant guy. Him and they're a good team. But they have a good producer too, and a nice studio. It's kind of cool. They use multi-camera cameras, and they use the follow camera too, like David was using. So it's pretty. They've got it going on. They're a team, but I don't. I mean, we look like a team to some of you guys out there, but we're trying to figure things out, guys. So no, I think it's PewDiePie says if you're doing this, what J Mike and Fanatic and Shadow and Darren are doing, you should be helping each other with all your pitfalls and secrets. But that means what they're more than a step ahead of us, Fanatic. They are digging for answers, and we're kind of like speculating on answers. So we're missing that some things here, guys. That's like interviewing for a job, Fanatic, and saying, "Well, I'm not sure if I can do this job, but I'm a good guy, so you should give me. And I have perfect attendance. Can't do that. And everybody will like me. You can't get a job that way. Not if
How
it's
would
not if it's a not if it's a fiduciary position. That's for darn sure. I've made all the mistakes. I mean, I presume I've made all the mistakes. Maybe I didn't make them all, but because I got one of those good jobs. They don't just stick you in, like, if you're a pizza delivery driver, right? You can't just say, hey, you know what? I'm gonna go to the airport and I'm gonna go to one of those big hotels and say I want to be the controller. It's not gonna work that way, guys. You have to prove yourself. They have to trust you. A fiduciary position, that there's millions of dollars coming in and out of a hotel. They don't want to sell $50 million in rooms and then make a $100,000 profit. You'll lose your job if that happens, and they won't think twice. Actually, they won't wait that long. You'll be gone before the books are closed. It's unbelievable. There's a video about. I shouldn't bring this up because I don't even know what sport she's in, and I didn't remember. There's a woman. She looks like LGBT, and she's complaining about her prize money for. I don't know if she's a tennis player or some kind of a female athlete, and she's got all these World Cups, championships, or whatever she's talking about, and she's bitching about the fact that the men's division make more money. Well, because people spend more money to watch the men. That's why. When Tom Brady was on the Patriots, other quarterbacks were making more money. And everyone in business, everyone that understands business knows the only way to get more money, they'll give you a new contract and then there'll be a couple more dollars. But at that point, everybody else is even further ahead. The people that do what you do. So the only way to make more money is to find out who's willing to pay more to get you to go play for them. That's what he did. And it wasn't all that much more. It was a little more, but it gave him a fresh outlook on life. It gave him the incentive to try harder and to work harder. And you don't do it alone. Being from Boston, everyone thinks Tom Brady's the only reason they won Super Bowls. The only reason they won Super Bowls is because the owner, Donald Trump, looked into buying the Patriots back in the day, in the 90s. And he thought, well, they need a new stadium, so it's not a good. This is not a good deal for me. And he's not from New England, so he didn't buy the Patriots. And then Robert Kraft, the guy that was selling the brown paper bags, he created the Kraft Corporation. They made the brown paper bags, and then the shipping envelopes for the post office. He spent $140 million, and now they're worth 1.4 million, and now they're worth like 4 billion. And he himself is a billionaire. Now the corporation is separate from his own net worth. His own net worth is about 3 or 4 billion. Last time I checked, it's been a while, but the team is worth more than that. They're worth like 5 billion. So, but if they get sold, you only really know when they sell. So there's no one like buying teams left. I mean, there's a new owner once in a while, but they're buying the teams that aren't worth as much. The Cowboys are not for sale. The Giants are not for sale. The New England, because the chairman of the Patriots is the son of the owner, so it's not going to happen.
Oh.
It's like the royal family. The next in line to be king is still part of the royal family. They're not going to run for election. It doesn't work that way. So no, in basketball, the commissioner ordered one of the owners to sell the team over some silly stuff. How you mention people is a fatal mistake in the NBA. Or it was anyway at that time. What am I? I'm in the middle. I'm in the middle of thoughts, guys. When I start doing that, I admit it. I am flawed. I'm a flawed man. Babes in Toyland. I haven't seen Tammy Trott. What's going on? I should just message her and see what's going on. Oh, you start missing the people you see all the time. You miss them, and then I have so much going on. I can't message everybody. The problem is I'm getting messages, and then I reply to those, and then things are going on in the house here with me and Norma. I am still trained. I'm still an immigrant. I'm trying to straighten that matter out. It's a matter, guys, and we got more going on that I'm talking about. Our anniversary is coming up soon. Or that's a long story, so and we don't talk about that too much. But
Exactly.
immigration is changing. They're changing some rules, so
Oh,
we're going to renew our vows. They want me to marry her in the Philippines. That was totally unforeseen because there was no law. The law was they would recognize our marriage, and now that wasn't a law. That was an agreement with the consulate and one in America. You don't get married in all 50 states. You get married in one state, and all the other 49 states recognize that as a real marriage. I can't get married in Massachusetts and then remarry in Utah and then have two separate marriages. That's a federal offense. That's a crime in America. So American marriages are recognized in the Philippines, but someone decided that they're not going to recognize our marriage, and so we have to go through that again because I need to renew my visa. So that's a holdup. That's a sticking point, and total shocker. And I wasn't allowed to get ticked off because she would have deported me. PewDiePie's number one. He stopped it when I was fanatic. When we were new at this, when I was new at this, he stopped in our chat to say, "Can this video get 10 million thumbs down or 5 million?" I forget what the number was because it kept changing. So he hit a viral video that had it now has 10 or 20 million thumbs down, but they stopped counting the thumbs down. The last that was seen was 15 million, something crazy, or 20. I don't remember. It's in the video. The video itself has comments that will tell you the details. But I know that I saw it with 10 million thumbs down at one point, and it has millions of thumbs up. That's the crazy thing. He's got, I want to say 30 billion views or something crazy like that. They're millionaires. Those guys at the top of YouTube are millionaires.
exactly.
He likes to curse. They both like to curse a lot now because they got nothing to lose. They've got nothing to lose. So they curse like it's almost like the ghetto. It's crazy. Every once in a while you'll hear me curse, but it's not like all the time. I don't, because something's telling me to stop doing that. Now, I don't have it made on YouTube. Like I don't have the big bucks rolling in, but the pennies are trickling in, guys. The pesos. They're paying me in. I don't know what they're paying me in dollars, but it's not that much. There is some dollars, but it's small. It's a small amount, guys. So if you're trying to get money, you got to keep going, guys. Now I'm live twice a week, and then I'm with Darren twice a week. My live stream when we were back in the spring, like February, March, April, we were getting 100 watch hours per live stream. That's rocking and rolling. Well, a little bit, but now it's like 50, 60 watch hours per live stream, which is still pretty good. But for us, it's a downturn, and but it's only a little bit of money. And we're doing. I mean, Darren and I and Fanatic, we're doing shorts, we're doing mid-length videos, we're doing live streams. There's still only a little bit of money because we don't have a million views.
Exactly.
Yeah, I knew who PewDiePie was, but I knew Mr. Beast's face before I knew PewDiePie's face. Because just seeing somebody once and not thinking twice about it, you don't memorize the looks of their face, especially guys. So I don't think about that. And then they were kids, so I didn't think twice about what they look like. I don't. They're still. I think PewDiePie might be 30, but they're relative kids to me. So a couple of years ago, they were like little kids to me. So I wasn't really paying attention to that. because when you get older, you pay attention to your own life. Because I'm not watching silly videos like, locking myself in a box and burying myself 6 feet deep, and then I got lights and electricity and I got a pee box or a pee bucket or whatever. I wasn't interested in that stuff. I'm interested in philosophy and psychology and information, things like that. Um, what we know from our study of outer space, things like that. Listening to them, I don't agree with everything they say. I don't disagree with facts, what they think to be facts. Now, someone with my same name and some of my relatives say that it was one of our ancestors. I dispute that, but I don't have any proof that he's not my great great grandfather. But I believe that isn't true. But going by nothing, only from where he's from. So he was from the West Coast. I'm from the East Coast. Um, my father came through New Brunswick, Canada, his family, and then he came up as a professor, well known professor in I don't know if it was the University of San Francisco, somewhere around there. I forget. It's in the Britannica Encyclopedia and probably other places too. But he, without the use of an electric calculator or a computer, there was no electricity back then in the 1870, right around there, give or take 10 years, 1870, discovered with pen and pencil the speed of light. Um, so, with the supercomputers today, they can only prove that he was right. He was precisely right. So, but it's been brought up recently that it's true that they measure the speed of light with mirrors. There's no point A to point B measuring the speed of light. We can't do that. Um, we, we don't know how to do that. So there's things we don't know. So we don't know if the projection of light is the same speed as the reflection of light. That we don't know. So we only know the result of the combination of the projection and the reflection of light, that what that speed is. Now we also don't know if that's constant. Um, does the speed? No, Einstein brought up the fact that the speed of light bends and changes time, but we can't conceive that in our brains. That light can bend and time will change, but that's one of his theories. Einstein. So we just don't understand that. And people get pissed off about the things they don't understand. No, that's not real. That's what we think. And then a relative 67% of us think that way. Think that way doesn't mean we all agree with the exact same things in that percentage. It's just a relative 2 out of 3 people, or maybe even 90% of all people, just can't understand how to think that way. Now, the other 10%, they don't absolutely know. They just think that way. So they think that those possibilities can be true. So I don't. Now, other scientists think, oh, we're going to find X, Y, or Z, and that's what I'm looking for. You can't do that either, because you're never going to find what you don't know if you do that. If you set out to find something specific in science, you're never going to succeed because you don't know what you're looking for. So scientists make those statements, and they're scientists because they work in universities or they're connected or whatever it is, and that's in my opinion, that's a big mistake. And then other people will slander and they'll make fun of you if you say something that they don't understand, or that they're firmly in total absolute belief of a theory that isn't proven. The theory of evolution was never proven. There's absolutely no proof. And I said that's for babes in Toyland. There's absolutely no proof from Darwin, Charles Darwin, in 1870, around that date, of his any of the articles in his book, The Theory of the Origin of Species. It's all make believe, in my opinion.
Exactly.
Because now the reason I'm saying that is because there's no proof. If I was in college, I would argue that until they kick me out, and that's what they're doing. They're just rejecting everybody because they don't want to believe that their science courses were useless. So everybody that went
Exactly.
through those courses, then there's probably a million, I don't know, hundreds of thousands of people. They think that they know everything about science. They know a minuscule amount of science. There's so much out there. I can't even talk about it all. I won't, because it's boring. It's boring. So,
'Cause they
but
can't get
it's
a job
fascinating.
with
It's
that.
fascinating to see what everybody says they find. So, I mean, we're studying pictures of light, and we think we can find out how fast things are moving, and then how long it takes light to go those distances, and then how much time has gone by. But we don't realize that even the continents are moving a half inch per year on Earth, but we don't know that that was constant. Like if they didn't move a great deal at one time and then stop and slow down to half an inch a year, we don't know that. And then that's what the oldest history book says to be true. They don't really they don't explain it. God doesn't explain anything. He just says what is and what isn't. And people who think, oh, the Bible's BS, but they don't understand it. Things back then when those guys were writing, they were writing having spoken to Jesus. But people understood things differently back then. And they weren't stupid, or they wouldn't have survived. They weren't stupid. Our DNA makes errors. Each generation, there's more errors in the DNA. We're not going to be here forever, fanatic. We all
Exactly.
agree. People who disagree all agree that C14 has a half life of 5,700 years. That would be 11,400 years, right? Which is underneath the time frame of the oldest man named Adam. Is less than that. From what we can figure out from the timeline, um, I mean, scholars have done that, and then they estimate anywhere from 6 to 7,000 years, which means we're in the end days, because margin of error it could be longer, but there's no millions and millions of years for the. We didn't come from apes or Cro-Magnon man or anything like that. Um, that because carbon dating is flawed too. We're starting to discover that carbon dating has great flaws. That's the other thing universities don't want to admit, because then their degrees are useless. There'll be class action suits, or who knows what. People will want their money back. Why? You were stupid to begin with.
Exactly.
We're so naive. Colleges are being taken over by people that are like deeply resentful, and then they're creating social courses that aren't scientific at all, and then they're telling you to shut up and not argue. And if there's no debate, there's no science. You can't have science without debate. Science theory needs debate. A hypothesis needs debate and testing in order to become a theory. Yeah, that doesn't make it absolutely true. It just means that most people think, yeah, it's probably likely.
Exactly.
Meteors hit the Earth, but that's the timeline wasn't 65 million years ago when dinosaurs ended. We already have evidence now, overwhelming evidence around the world that they were washed against the higher cliffs, and buried with sediment from the sea that was from the flood 4,000 years ago. We know that to be true, because it's not only in North America. So when we see Microsoft with those, when you start up your computer and Microsoft shows you those beautiful pictures, the dinosaurs roamed here. No, they roamed somewhere else and were washed up there, and that's where they perished. They were buried there because of the high cliffs, the Rocky Mountains, or plateaus, whatever, wherever they got buried. The tidal waves pushed them, and they were running. Some of them were running. There were enough of them running. We know how big they are. Their fossils say that they were running, because it's too far apart. You have to realize that the only way the footprints get that far apart is from a running animal. Um, Tammy Trott, there she is. Someone called you, didn't they? we
Yes.
you got a mention a couple of minutes ago, and so there you are. I was glad. I hope everything's okay. How's things going? I was
Yeah,
gonna
someone
message.
thought Darren was on the panel, and I was like, Darren's in Ottawa.
Yeah, Darren I think he said he took a bus ride this time.
I think he took a train.
Train, yeah.
One of the two.
Train. Yeah, something like that. Wheels. I think he said train, yeah. Yeah, you're right. I stand corrected. Jessica, Megalith, shout out. So, we have so much going on. I don't know if I can play the wheel. I know I teased the wheel today, but we got things going on, and we won't be able to pay the winners right now, because if we wait too long, things that'll get messed up. And I'm trying to think of how to explain that. Norma's busy, but she's not just busy. She's doing like money exchanges and stuff like that. So
Oh,
I don't want to put that on her because she's I don't want to say stressed out. It's a strain what she's doing right now because we got things going on. It's a little bit of a strain. I don't know. Maybe we can still do it. I'm thinking, guys. Let's see. Putt King got to say. I tried to make a premiere yesterday with a story like that yesterday, but no one was on to flex it. So I put it off until load a premiere, get a premiere ready or two, and load them up unlisted, and then wait to figure out what day can I schedule this. Schedule it 48 hours in advance. I'm guilty of not doing this, but this is what you should do. This is what I should do too. Schedule it 48 hours in advance. I scheduled mine like 24 hours. So, but go 48 hours and then go to a couple of live streams and then just say, can I advertise my premiere? Say, but don't start off that way. Find out what they're talking about. Like Chris, I said, hi, what's going on? Blah, blah, blah. Um, and she said, well, we're doing free shout outs today. So I said, well, oh, okay, I have a premiere coming up. And then so she flexed that for a couple of minutes. Just Jay's got a premiere, guys. Go check it out. Stuff. Whoever's live, some live streams are better than others. Get in those groups that message each other, and a few people when you post your upcoming premiere, or like right before it's live, maybe go 10 or 15 minutes, and then just go premiere upcoming, and then put the link there, and like. There's a lot of messenger groups and whatever other chat there are, Zoom or Skype or something like that, and just tell them, I got this coming up and that. Don't spam them or anything. Just say, if anyone's interested, I have a premiere coming. So, and just make it short and sweet. Hi guys, check out my premiere, and then leave it alone. Don't. I know some people like they keep doing it like kablam, kablam, kablam. Watch my channel, watch my channel. That's not going to make friends, guys. I don't think. Unless you're a hot chick, then women don't want to be the hot chick. Women don't think of mature women don't do that. Like, I'm hot, come and watch my channel. That's for TikTok, guys. Warren Floyd, how are you doing? Darren's not here. Darren's went on a trip. He's on a train. I don't know
exactly.
when he left. I forget when he left. I went to sleep. Nice to meet you. How's it going, TV? Hold on. How far back? I'm far back, guys. I'll just show some chats here, guys. Test Tornado, good morning, good morning. Sorry if I don't get to you right away, guys. You're from, I think he's from Korea. I'll find out in a second, guys. Korean TV, yep, check it out, guys. That's Korea. A State of Dogma, I know. Hey, Mike G. So I'm a little bit behind, guys. A couple minutes. Oh, I'm still behind. I stop on one chat and then I lose track of time. Oh, yeah, Tammy. All right, good that you're feeling better, Tammy. All right, I'm caught up now. I need coffee, fanatic. I need coffee. So that's the best reason to have co-hosts on the panel, so I can run and grab a cup of coffee and stuff like that. It's ready. But I'm gonna need like 20 seconds to warm it back up. It got cold. You shouldn't leave your coffee on the heater on the heat burner, because then it overcooks and it doesn't taste good. Especially if you're drinking it black, which is what you should do, guys. A good diet, a real diet, consists of black coffee or tea with no cream and sugar. Should not put cream and sugar in your coffee and tea, guys. I don't care who you are. No, don't get me wrong. Every once in a while, I like a sweet cappuccino, but that's not normal for me. It's not healthy, like all those Starbucks. I love Starbucks, but I drink it black. Every once in a while, I like a caramel. yeah. Every once in a while, I like something like that, but that has to be a treat and not a regular thing, because it's not healthy. Sugar is a major reason as we get older, we get sicker. And I don't just mean like, oh, I don't feel good today. I mean like disease. All the things that or a straw that will break the camel's back when you get a tougher virus like HIV or Corona or SARS or something like that. That's why those the reason these viruses that are causing pandemics and stuff, the reason they're lethal at all is because our immune systems are sick. That's why.
Exactly.
Jay, you were right. When I over the years, I work with people that are talking about diets, but they won't include me in the conversation because I have correct body weight. There's a reason people have correct body weight, and it's not because they don't like food. Show me a person that doesn't like food, and I'll show you a cemetery. It's like that doesn't exist. I like food, but I don't like junk food. I do. I mean, I like good chocolate, but it's not my regular. I don't have chocolate every day. It's like I didn't have chocolate for like 2 months, and then I found a piece of chocolate in the freezer. Took it out, and I said, "We're gonna have this."
Yeah,
Yeah, I
I
know you want
don't.
to be sick. That's what I'm saying. But you have to live. You have to change your lifestyle now to stay healthy.
I
Your
don't eat
body.
junk food regularly.
Yeah,
Obviously,
yeah. Well, I mean, if that's what makes people sick, fanatic. If junk
exactly.
food, the wrong foods become your love, you're gonna end up with diseases like diabetes and worse, cancer. Cancer comes to mind. And the problem is when you have diabetes and cancer and maybe HIV or whatever else is in there in your body. My mother's almost 87. She has like 10 prescriptions. Jay, I can't eat broccoli. I said, why, Ma? It causes pain. My doctor said, don't eat it. Well, because you don't want to make the correction. Something else is wrong with you. You're not suffering from overdose of broccoli. Something else is reacting with the broccoli and that's in your body, and you got to get rid of that. The problem is it's easier said than done. People don't want to do it because they don't believe it to be true because they're so accustomed to their bodies being the way they are. They don't want to hear. The hardest thing for an older person is to try to do the things they did when they were younger. I'm not talking about the high jump. I'm talking about power walking. Ooh, see, no, you can't. When your legs are like beat down from arthritis, you can't power walk. So you can't wait for that, guys. If I don't have chocolates, see, constipation is not a chocolate, doesn't come from chocolate deficiency.
Chocolate consumption will make that worse.
Yeah, but people think, but it makes you feel better, so they put, it lets you relax and go poop. But that's not what
Exactly.
the problem is. It's your problem is the same thing that makes broccoli and beans give you gas pain. It's not the food. The high broccoli and beans. Most beans are high catabolic food. The problem with a high catabolic food is it is reacting with the putrefaction in your bowels, and you need to remove that. And the fastest way to remove that is with a high enema. And I know that I'm not trying to be gross, guys. That's the medical resolution to that. Consult your doctor. A woman. Now I know. My doctor gave me a book, and the book said a woman came to her doctor and said, she had been, the doctor had seen her over and over. She had been suffering from chronic symptoms of diarrhea where a little bit of liquid come out. She says, I can't poop. It's just because she thought she had no poop and that she was just fat and that only a little dark liquid came out. And he was perplexed. That doctor didn't know what to do. He says, and so he consulted with another doctor, a doctor that gave me the book, and said, what do I do? She's an older woman. She's way overweight, but her biggest problem is she has chronic symptoms of diarrhea. And the doctor that wrote the book said, treat her for constipation. And he said, are you crazy? She could die. And he says, I'm serious. She has constipation. Give her a high enema. So he convinced the doctor, they argued, but he convinced the primary doctor to do that. And the enema made her lose 40 pounds of fecal matter. She
Oh,
lost 40 pounds of fecal matter right in the doctor's office. She said she hadn't felt better in 10 years. She felt 10 years younger. And drink clear water. If you're constipated, drink clear water. Drink clear water all day long and go pee. You won't pee it all out. It'll work in your bowels, and you've got to get the putrefaction. And I presume everyone with these problems has putrefaction lining in their bowels. What that does is your intestines are reusing the nutrients that are still there. And putrefaction is like a sludge in an engine in a pipe. It blocks that process, and then that causes pains and other issues and other illnesses. It can cause headaches. It can cause pain, knee pain, elbow pain, headaches, depending on what it's blocking. So, and I'm serious. You will feel 10 years younger, and and then happiness will start to hit you in the head. You'll feel it, and it'll be a difference, and you'll go. It's like when a young lady's pregnant, there's nothing but issues and pain and I don't want to say despair, but it's just harder, and it gets harder and harder and harder, and it's like, where's the end to this? And then when the baby's born, there's nothing but joy. It's a bundle of joy. That's what they call it. That. And it's like
Exactly.
the woman has a 180 in life. It's like, wow, everything's so wonderful now. Well, that's good to hear, because your life's going to be hard for 18 years or more, if you're lucky. If you're lucky. You need luck, because you need the child to be blessed with a long life. Please guys, make sure you get yourselves to be better. It's the hardest thing. I went through it. I had diverticulitis at a young age, and I went through this. Now, diverticulitis is congenital. It doesn't wait for putrefaction to block you. What happens is you develop pockets in your intestines, and they get filled with some putrefaction, and then they heal over, and that's when you need surgery. You don't want to wait for that. Drink more clear water, and less colored water, flavored drinks and stuff like that. Cut out the sugar, and introduce raw vegetables to your diet. Soup is the best way to start with that, like a minestrone or something like that. And don't overdo it. You can't overdo it right away. A little at a time, and then tell yourself, this ain't enough. This ain't enough. This is not enough. It'll give me headaches. Something. Yeah. No. It was like a pillow. You'll feel like a relief. You'll feel relief. You got to do that. I do have diet. Well, see, there you go. And the pancreatitis is caused by the food you're eating, I think. I don't know everything about this, but I am absolutely certain about what I am saying. I'm absolutely certain. I don't know everything about pancreatitis. I don't want to go there. But don't let something worse develop. Take care of the things that you're in control of. You're in control of your diet. Take care of your large intestine before you die of colon cancer. Yeah, we are what we eat, guys, but not just what we eat, how we eat it. So I would use water. I would consult you next time you see your doctor. Ask him about that. Ask him about the high enema to treat symptoms of diarrhea. That maybe constipation and putrefaction is the cause of my symptoms of diarrhea, because your large intestine turns into this. It's really this, like this, but it's so impacted that there's only a pinhole opening inside it that can get through. That's what happens and then you'll be sick all the time when that, if that's as bad as it can get, you'll be sick all the time. You won't be able to poop. So and then when you do poop, a chunk will break off and come through. You're not resolving the real issue. Like when you build a sandcastle and then the first wave comes in, a little piece of the sandcastle breaks off with the water, but you can still see the sandcastle. It's like, oh, there's the front part. It's starting to melt, but the sandcastle's there, and and then the water, and then the waves coming in, and then a little bit more. Oh, the sandcastle's still there, and then a wave comes in. It's like, oh no, the sandcastle's still there, but it's starting to melt, because it got wet, and then but the sandcastle's still there, and then finally, when the waves keep coming in and getting higher, the sandcastle's gone. Don't let that happen. So that's what's happening when your piece of chocolate makes you go a little bit. That's what's happening. A little piece can break off, for whatever reason. But force, if you're using force, that could hurt your bowels in other ways from the interior, and then you can have an emergency. Yeah, but don't wait for surgery. Start eating right. People think, well, I am eating right. Well, think again. Because doctors disagree, but the doctor that suggested that, he was right. He was right. So sometimes you gotta know that something else is in the way. We treat symptoms. We should be like that show, Doctor House. Um, they other medical professionals were always treating symptoms, and he always said we can't treat the symptom. The symptom the symptom could make the underlying problem worse, and without treating the underlying problem, um, we're just treating symptoms, and then we're not curing the patient. So that's what happens. That's what happens a lot in society, a lot. That's what I got to worry about here too in the Philippines, because they don't. Philippines doesn't have the hospitals that Boston had. I was right in the middle of Hospital Central, and I left because I didn't like the politics. But I love the Philippines, So I just thought I'm going to come here, and
Yeah.
it's a good life here. Now things are weird. It's like being back in the 60s, 70s, but there is technology. Look at me. This technology didn't exist in the 70s, so I'm in the Philippines. We get a good internet here. And then give me a minute. I'm going to mute you just for a second. You can unmute that yourself in a minute, in a few seconds, Fanatic. Yeah. They're diagnosing symptoms. So a lot of doctors do that. It doesn't make them bad doctors. Because listen to me, I'm saying I know that's probably what it is, but it's easier said than cured. So surgery with surgery, you're cutting something out. It's like, okay, amputation will get rid of leg amputation will get rid of knee pain, but then you're going to worry about your hips. Well, you're not going to have any more leg pressure on you unless you get a prosthetic leg, and then you'll have pressure on your hips, I guess. Um, so, did you hear the story about the woman with no arms and no legs? She's a YouTuber. She's got thousands of more subscribers than I do, and she shows how she can brush her own teeth and stuff. But somebody has to set up her things. She can get up and down stairs, but I'm sure she doesn't want to run up and down stairs all the time.
Huh.
She can put
Never
on
heard of
mascara.
that.
She can put on mascara, but somebody has to put her makeup table in place. And I suspect, I don't want to get naughty, I suspect there's a lot of personal things she cannot do by herself. Um, it's probably an advent. Probably needs assistance going to the bathroom twice a day. I would presume. Probably needs help unzipping, or never wears pants with a zipper. I don't know. She didn't go there, but it was astonishing with the things that she could do. And there's a guy that does it. He's on the speaking. He makes speeches. Um, but they're not old. I think they're in their 30s. I don't know what the prognosis is for a long life for them. Um, I remember when there was a superstar player in the NFL Fanatic in the early to mid 90s. And when I moved to Kansas City in the late 90s, there was an ice storm, and his car had an accident driving on the ice. And he was paralyzed, and he couldn't play in the NFL anymore. He was a star player, Derek Thomas. He was a superstar, Pro Bowler, everything. Um, Played with Joe Montana. Um, he was in a wheelchair. He's a paraplegic. He couldn't move his limbs, right? And everybody was sad in Kansas City. He was their star player. And he died in 4 or 5 months. or 6 months, something like that. It might have been 7 months, but less than a year he died because he no longer could move his body. And
Oh,
I think he was sad too that that happened to him. So, but the physical constraints on your body can cause can that that can be a toll, a heavy price to pay. You can't stay healthy. So, but they are active, so which is likely what's keeping them healthy. But I don't, as you get older, I don't know how much they're gonna be able to keep active. Like when I was in my 30s, I was like Superman, and I don't mean I wasn't lifting cars and throwing them over a fence, but I was so active. I was always doing stuff. I was working around the clock. Um, I had a full-time job, and then in the weekends I had a mobile DJ job. I was working a club as a mobile DJ for 3 years. I had to set up on Friday and break down on Saturday, every week, and I had a 24-hour day on Fridays, and I never had a day off. Well, Sunday was my day off, but I was basically sleeping and then resting for Monday to go back to work. Oh no, Sunday night I was working nights at the time, so I had to go to work on Sunday night, late Sunday night. It was almost like the first one there on Monday morning at midnight. Weird. So I had so much energy when I was in my 30s.
exactly.
So, and then my job, I had long hours at the job, and then at the club I was there I was there from 8 or 9 p.m. until like 2, 3 a.m. every Friday and Saturday.
Oh,
Yeah, who's dangerous? Did I miss something? Tammy Trott, you dropped a case of cans full of soup, slipped and landed straight on my finger, split my nail in the middle, and it was bleed. Oh, wow. Timmy, always something strange happening to you. You better say your prayers. God loves prayer, guys. You will be blessed. Brother Sean, we're always wondering how old Sean is. I'm
so
gonna guess. I'm gonna guess that Sean is in his 30s, early 30s. That's what I'm gonna guess. Early 30s, Sean. Am I close? Is there a close but no cigar? I'm guessing like a 5 year period 30, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. That's Sean Williams.
oh,
Let's see if I'm right. It's a wild guess. I don't know. Sean, are you listening? Fanatic, when's your birthday?
it's in
See you,
February.
bud. February. Oh, I'm on February too. We're all Februarys. Me, you, Darren. Who else? Um, Shadows March. I think Shadows March. What happened to me? Yeah, we all have some freak things happening. Tammy, Fanatic, can you hold the steering wheel for a minute? What do you guys want to do?
Okay.
David, yeah, David's February too. Yeah, I just remembered that, David. Actually, you're the one that I was thinking of. David, we need a co-host for like 60 seconds. I got to take a leak. Fanatic, what do you got? Let's talk about that shorts. Does anybody know what's going on with the new? I'm gonna look that up, and when I get back, we'll talk about that for a few seconds. All right, guys. I'll be right back, guys. Don't go away. You want to watch? Oh, you know what? Here's what we're gonna do. Oh, oopsie. Sorry about that. We're gonna refresh that.
Wasn't expecting that, but okay.
Can you hear that, Fanatic?
Yeah,
You can hear it? All right, I hate that.
yeah.
I hate that. Oh, wait. Now it's buffering. Why? What is wrong with me?
Who knows?
I'll kill that. I'll kill that. Can't kill that. I can kill that. Bert's on Messenger telling us who's live. Fanatic, you're eating too late at night. That's why that's happening.
Exactly.
Shouldn't snack after dinner. Doesn't matter what time you have dinner, but you should only water. Let's do that. Let's do that. It'll be real quick, guys. Whoever wants to sing or come up and talk about what we're going to do next, guys, come on up. David, come on up. I miss having you up here. We can talk for a minute. And until I just do. Oh, I just made a mistake. Hold on, guys. I went on autopilot for a second and I made the same mistake twice. All right. All right, be right back, guys. That's the premiere. Smash the thumbs up on that, guys. If you that's up in blue, just smash that.
So, for those of you who are wondering about the update to monetization in shorts, as mentioned earlier, the 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 watch hours stay the same, but you can either choose between 4,000 watch hours or 10 million shorts views within a 90-day period. And you can also get super thanks on shorts. And what that means is you can. Super thanks is basically a form of super chat. So you can do that even while it's not live. So you can do that on a short. But with shorts and ads and whatnot and the monetization, you will get a 45% cut of the revenue. And YouTube will get a 55% cut of the revenue. So it'll be a 45-55 divide. But with super thanks, as always, there'll continue to be a 70-30 divide, where you get 70% of the revenue and YouTube gets 30% of the revenue. So I thought I'd put that out there while the video's playing. Yeah, I couldn't agree more about that.
Does anybody else like that music?
Hello, everyone.
Yeah.
Are you looking for an opportunity to earn extra income while
I thought there was a troll trying to come up. It's the commercial. That's so funny.
Yeah,
I'm
really.
like, the troll's a pretty woman today. Uh-oh, better not bring her up. Sean Williams. We're guesstimating how old, what your age is. I guessed early 80s, early 30s. 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. Which one is it? Sean Williams. Len Wessler's here. What's Len got to say? 10 million views in 90 days. What does that mean? No, because PewDiePie gets that all the time.
Exactly. It would be a lot for us for the time being, but if you get like the views that PewDiePie gets, it would be normal, more than normal actually.
Because everybody is curious to see what he's got next. That's why that happens. And there's a few YouTubers that everybody's waiting for what they have to say next. It's there's nothing.
Or even if you get what Mr. Beast gets.
Yeah, exactly. I mean these guys now have like corporations going on. Maybe he's not incorporated, but it's still a company. He's got Jimmy has a $2 million studio and another $2 million file server. It's unbelievable. You can't compete with that. And
Exactly.
PewDiePie was ahead of him, so we know he's a millionaire too. Mr. Beast gives away $10,000 just for being there. It's like, hey, have some money. That's what he does. He'll do a video, like he'll have a stack of money like on the counter, and he'll like three stacks of money, and he'll take one, and it's bundled, and then he'll just, here, have some money, have a big lunch, But he does it for publicity and to write it off, I guess. Because you're gonna pay it in taxes anyway. You might as well like write it off. Yeah, we're all ecstatic. If you're like under 10,000 subscribers, 1,000 views on a video is like that's like, hey, if you go to my videos and then you go to like most popular, there's a bunch with 1,000 views or between 1 and 9,000, but or in a year's time or whatever, a year and a half to almost 2 years, yeah, that's not a lot. It's not enough, guys. I mean, it's a start, but it's not enough. So I'm not sure what you mean, Len, about 10 million views. So I am in the dark about what's going on there. Yeah. Who was it? I think it was Ben Shapiro. He had a video, and in 7 hours, he had like 700,000 views in 7 hours, or something crazy like that. So there are people out there. Ben Shapiro talks about current events. Very smart guy. I don't like him because I hate philosophy. Oh, really? You hate the truth. Philosophy is a discussion of not only the truth, but how things actually really work in life and society, and what their effects are on people. We gotta stop it with the make believe. Make believe is for children, young babies under the age of 7. That's what make believe is for, and it's to help them create themselves to be a good person.
Exactly.
Make believe everyone's stupid, and I'm gonna kill them all because they're bad to me. That's not what we should be teaching our children. That's the downfall of society, guys. If we don't teach our children to be good parents, then that's why they have Barbie and Ken. If we don't teach our children to grow up and be good family members and to love their parents, they won't be parents, and or they won't be good parents, and then that's going to destroy the world. If we don't have young people, it's a huge mistake to think that we need fewer people in society. We need
Exactly.
more. We need more. Who's going to do the work? There's videos out there that are viral. What do we freaking need men for? To build your tall building. You live on the 20th floor. Who do you think built that? You know, girls don't do that. Oh, there's a problem in your basement. Oh, the sewage system backed up. Who do you think's going to fix that? You think the Merry Maids are going to come and fix that? No,
No,
you have a sewage
no, I
problem.
don't know how to do that.
You're going to call John. You're not going to call Mary. And this is no knock on women. We love women. We love what they do. It's hard to do what women do, but they're not doing what men do. Now, women say, "Oh, yes, I can." Yeah, you can do some of the things that some men do. That's true. But somebody said, and rightfully so, Google is dominated by male technicians, but the people in the marketing department are female. That's why we're getting what we're getting. So we have to offset that. There has to be discussion, and there has to be balance. Jordan Peterson said, "We need liberals." Yeah, but even the liberals are going, "What the heck is this crap?" I didn't know I liked liberals until this started happening, and it's like, oh, okay, the liberals are actually good guys, good people. So be careful what you wish for, everybody. Sometimes the worst-looking people can be good for you. Actually, what I mean. But don't let the enemy sit at your table. You have to be able to figure out what that is and who it is. So, Fanatic, we got a lot of people stopping in, but we're just talking. Oh, I just lost Fanatic. Where'd you go, buddy? He didn't say anything. It's a shocker. I'm in the middle of talking to him. We get people coming in and out. I'll finish that thought. We get people coming in and out, but nothing definitive happening, and I think that's what they're looking at. So I don't know. We do have things happening here, and I just decided to go live today. 2 days ago, I decided I'll do live on Wednesday and not Friday. Friday will be too hectic, I think. So Thank you, Lynn Velarde, new team happy. Thank you, guys. So now I've been typically not doing live on Wednesday morning and just going Monday and Friday here, Sunday night, Thursday night, North America. But this week on Sunday, I decided to go live today, just to see what happens. Yeah, unfortunately, babes, YouTube does. And I don't know why they get away with this because in federal law in the United States, um, I think maybe it's not federal law, but the states that I'm aware of, the laws are that you have to get paid on payday if they owe you money. If a business owes you money, they need to pay you on payday. Now they're saying that we're not employed, but why did they ask us for our social security numbers? That means we're employed. I work at YouTube, but they're having it both ways now. They're in California. Under California law, they got to pay us. I can double check that. I used to have to work under Massachusetts law, and the law was if you tell someone they're fired, you have to hand them a paycheck. Can't wait till payday. If you tell them they're fired, you have to give them a paycheck at that moment. You're fired. Here it is. This is what we owe you. Let me know as soon as possible if that's incorrect. Then I will make up the difference on payday. Oh, I worked 8 hours, but it wasn't on the clock. Oh, you're going to have somebody corroborate that because we pay you to punch in and out. That's in the rule that you signed. You signed that right here. Here's your file. You signed this 2 years ago when we hired you, that you understand that you're getting paid by the hour and we have a time clock procedure. There, you signed that and you dated it, February 4th, 2001 or 2017 or whatever it is. So I'm being funny. I don't hire people to fire them. I hire them to help me help them. Help me help you. That was my way of doing business. Help me help you. If you're willing to put up with it and move forward the way we agree to, you will succeed. You will be a success. Yeah. So anyway, going back to YouTube, they don't pay us under $100. So any month that's under $100, if it's 80, then there'll be no check, and then the next month you'll get $180 or something, whatever it adds up to. Oh, and today's the cutoff day. I gotta check that. I'm afraid I'm not getting a check this month because it's probably like just under 100 or something, and then it'll be like next. It's not consistent because we're not live every day now. If you do live streams, you got to be live all the time in order to make money, guys. And it's got to be more than 1 hour. Like we were doing 4, 5, 6, 7 hour live streams, guys, like every day, and then we were getting a little bit of money. So because live streams don't get replays, there's some in 48 hours you'll get a few replays, and that does add up. But it's the live stream is 100 watch hours. If we go 5.5 hours, and it's 400 views, we'll probably get 100 watch hours. So the replay will get us maybe 10 or 11 watch hours. So, something smaller. So it does add up, but you got to keep doing that. So you only get $149.78 from the Canadian government. For what? What's the is that disability pay? I'm not sure what the government's giving you money for. Some kind of subsidy. So that's about what YouTube pays me, but it's not. I don't get it every month. Some months, and it fluctuates. Sometimes it's 130. 1 month it was 119. Another month it was 180. That was because I skipped a month. They skipped a month, and then the next month it was a little bit more. So I'm averaging. I think I'm still averaging 100 a month. It's probably what it's gonna. I can figure it out, but it doesn't come every month. But then the next month it's a little bit more than 149.75. It's weird because in the Philippines the ads don't pay as much. But I'm getting paid in U.S. dollars, so it's kind of strange. It's a U.S. bank account. I don't know what the technical issues are there. It's hard for me to figure that out. I just take what they give me. I don't fight them about that. GST credit. So what's a GST? These acronyms. get me. I don't understand what acronyms, because everybody's using them now, so they mean a million things. So Sean, did I miss? I don't have Shadow here, like checking all the chats. So we were guessing how old you are. We were guessing early 30s. So anyway, we know. I was making note of the fact that you do birthday shout outs and other types of things like that. It's cool. Um, Darren can fill you in. So it's not for is it for like an early retirement disability, something like that, or is it a subsidy for being out of work because of COVID? Because that's not going to end well. Um, there's already a big discussion in the United States over that. Um, Everybody likes to get money, but if I got $600 US dollars in January for because of the pandemic, trying to help people that maybe lost money or whatever it was, the inflation that's happened since then far outweighs the $600. I would rather not get either, and then just have like a steady, a normal inflation rate, and then we can live with that. Because at the end of the year, the cost of living you'll get a little bit more on your because I'm retired on my work record, so at, at the beginning of each year it goes up a little bit because the cost of everything goes up. So that doesn't hurt. But the way I look at it, I earned that because I earned it in yesterday's dollars, but yesterday's cost of living was lower too. So it's only right. It's only right that a rising tide lifts all boats. Um, that's my earned money. Jet Joe's. First, I looked at that. I thought it was Jet gloves. It's like, are those like the black motorcycle gloves? Jet Joe's. I'm just having fun. Good morning. Good morning. Good. Thanks for coming in. I lost all the co-hosts. They're all busy. Fanatic has to go. He doesn't. He doesn't. He's not big on goodbyes. I was like that when I was younger. I would just. That's how I knew. I didn't have a regular bedtime. I knew if I didn't feel like talking, it was bedtime. So I would just like, even if my roommates had company, I would just go up to my room and go to bed. I wouldn't say anything to anybody, and then shut my door. It's like if my door's shut, don't don't come asking me questions. It's not nice. goods, services, goods and services tax. So why are you receiving tax money? I don't get it. We need to talk. Come on up here and talk about that. It's a good subject. Come up and talk about it. Guys, we will do the Gcash again soon. We're not prepared to Norma's doing stuff, and I can't give her a list for that right now. She won't be happy. But we'll get right back to that as soon as possible, guys. GST is no more. It's now the HST. Just okay. Wait a minute. Wait. So we think by renaming something that it's different, somehow different. It's like it's not gain of function. We changed what we call that from the COVID doctor. That is true. He said those words right out of his mouth. We redefined how we refer to that. So therefore, it wasn't gain of function. Then what was it? Are you a creator? Are you creating viruses? No, you didn't. You took a virus and created gain of function. They caused gain of function. So GST credit. Okay, I'm gonna look it up. Give me a second, guys. All right. Overview. Canada.ca. It's a proposal. No, I don't want to help. No, thank you. Not giving money to Canada. New proposed financial support measures. The government is proposed out of Canada. This is from the government of Canada. Gouvernement du Canada. www.canada.ca/blah, blah, blah, blah. New proposed financial support measures. Let's share it out, guys. I'll read it after I get it on screen. Give me a second. There it is. Overview. We're going to read the overview. Okay, the government. Make sure that's up there. It's not. There it is. This is Canada.ca. Let's take a look at that. Where did I put it? All right. The government is proposing, the Canadian government, a new financial support measures for eligible individuals and families. Along with the added GST credit payment, these proposed measures include benefit payments for dental care services and rental housing costs. Before the benefits are available, you can get ready to apply. One-time top up to the Canada Housing Benefit to help low-income renters with housing costs. Why is this? For some children under 12 years old who do not have access to private dental insurance plan. So the question is, why is this? The CRA can apply your goods and services tax harmonized, so it's just coming from a tax. Other people are paying a tax to provide this. Okay, that happens all the time. Credit payments to pay tax debts and other government debts, so you're getting some debts paid. As a temporary measure in response to COVID-19. Okay, so that's what I'm getting at. So it's a temporary measure because everyone was told to stop working and stay home and keep socially distanced. So all that's doing is hurting everybody. It seems like, okay, I'll take it, but your cost of living, now you can't afford gas to go across town, and you almost can't afford food. It's going to get worse, guys. You need to elect somebody else. This is tyranny. This is tyranny without the manners. Somebody once described this far left as tyranny with manners. Now they jumped the manners. They're not even acting kind and considerate. It's unbelievable. So yeah, it's not going to be good for the long run. It's hurting the economy, guys, and it's hurting your freedom, which is keeping a foot on your neck onto the ground and in hopes that we'll start dying younger. Not anyone in particular, but on average, if people die younger, the population will go down. The whole idea is for the population to go down, and when you take their money, it's like, hey, we're helping you, so you're not mad at them because they're helping you. It's like taking someone's lunch money and then giving them a bag of chips for it. It's like, well, my lunch money was going to buy a sandwich, a drink, and a bag of chips, but you're taking my lunch money and then you're giving me a bag of chips. That's what they're doing. No, they need money for the honey. You paid out $6,700 for HST, so what was that? You paid money. Yeah, but whatever he gives to you, he's taking from somebody else. So all things added up. Trudeau's a tyrant. He needs to go. You're killing yourselves by keeping him in office. He's subsidizing the news networks who are being coerced into spinning their narrative. You're not getting real news either. So you're being screwed. If you keep letting him do what he's doing, you're going to get totalitarianism. You're already into authoritarianism. That's the next to last step to the end, guys. Totalitarianism is what they had in Russia and China in the early 1900s when people are still disappearing in China. 5,000 Hong Kong journalists are still missing. They were all arrested about 2 years ago. It's unbelievable. Get out of Hong Kong. I know people that were working as OFWs in Hong Kong. They got back to the Philippines. They ain't going back. It's unbelievable. It's like they're not. Now, Chinese people are. Everybody deserves to live and let live. But when governments get too much power, bad things happen. Right? And then they want to bribe you into thinking that they're good to you. They're taking your lunch money and giving you a bag of chips. That's what they're doing. Carbon dioxide is useful to green leafy vegetables, which are useful to your stomach. So stop worrying about carbon dioxide. The more green leafy vegetables we grow, the more they will consume carbon dioxide. Green leafy vegetables, lettuce and spinach and cabbage, will breathe carbon dioxide and give you oxygen. So we should stop worrying about that. We're always worrying about the natural cycle as if we're stupid. And we are stupid because they're telling us stupid things over and over, and we think that's true. It ain't true. The government. The government. Now they pay me. I don't get it. See, I don't, because I'm not fully involved with how the Canadian system works. But you need a new president. You need to get rid of the party. They're no good. It's not good for the cycle of life. He's crazy. People thought Trump was crazy, but it was right all along. Trump told the European leaders that this was going to happen. What's happening now? They're all going to starve. There's going to be starvation, disease, and mass migration this winter. Everyone's going to freeze, and they're already starting to starve. It ain't funny. They don't have any fuel. They don't have any fuel, and they're closing the farms. Oh, the super rich are buying their farms, and they're shutting them down because they're forced. They think this is work. They're going to make things work. It's going to make things work for them. It's not going to end well for them either, but they think it is. When there's nothing left but a few people with money, their money will be useless. They think they're going to build machines to grow food and do all the work. They're crazy. Artificial intelligence doesn't understand perception. Write that down. Today's date, September 21, 2002. Artificial intelligence doesn't really understand how to perceive anything. That's why they stopped using the self-driving cars, because they found out they were in grave error. They don't talk about that. All right. HST superseded the GST harmonized. Yeah, but see, okay, you're defining things, but like why? The question is why? Why are they doing that? It's bureaucracy is what that is. It's like they're taking two beers. They're taking your lunch money. You were going to buy a better lunch, so they're taking your better lunch money and they're buying babes a bag of chips. Okay, chips is fine. You'll be full for a while. Like it or leave it. Like it or leave it. Hey, TG, TJ. Oh, TJ giggles and drones. What's going on with that? Let's see. How far back am I? Good to see you. Good to see you. All right. Tammy, let me know if the new mods are up to no good, because I don't know. No, we didn't. Okay, so now, see, this is the discussion. So we're not all on the same pages with this. Neither are Canadians. You're being hoodwinked by the president of Canada, guys. This has been a topic of discussion for a long time, but it's not in the main news because they're subsidizing the news and they're coercing the news to make them look good. That's happening in 9 out of the 10 major news media corporations in America too. They can't get Rupert Murdoch on board, but they're saying he's part of the World Economic Forum. That doesn't mean he's going along with everything. So, they say if you're on a board of directors, you may not agree with all the others, but you're there to have a say. So that I don't know the full deal with the forum, so I can't say everything because I don't have all the information. So I'm saying what I believe to be true, guys. They are bloodsuckers. There you go. You're gonna vote for the same bloodsucker, and don't tell me he's the lesser of the two evils, because that would be foolish and stupid. Now, smart people can make stupid decisions. That is true also. I haven't always made the right decision, but well, it would look like on the surface, yeah, he didn't make the right decision there. He shouldn't have done that. He would have, luxury cars and houses and something of value, but a house is not an asset until you sell it. a house is a liability because what happens is you're pouring money into. When I co-owned the house with my daughter and her son, I was pouring all my money into it, and that didn't even include the mortgage. It was like shocking, and I said I got to get out of here. I have to. I'm gonna sign the deed over to you guys when we refinance, and it's gonna be yours. So, and I said you have the prerogative to sell it at a nice little capital gain. And they said, no, we're not going to get anything like this for the money. And I said, okay, suit yourself. Just make the payments. The mortgage is lower now after 4 years or whatever. And the value of housing is up. But you have to sell when the value goes up unless you wait a long time. Now, you'll get more money in the future, but future money is worth less than past money. But you can't go back to the past. So you got to think of that too, guys. Any money is better than no money, but I feel vindicated that I have what I need. And I don't need like millions of US dollars. I need 1,000 US dollars per month here. It's more, I make more than that, but I mean a minimum. What I have, it's working. So unless something comes along and says, oh no, you need a lot more, So hey Norma. Oh, something for the empty belly. I love my wife. She's looking at me. No, you don't. She's mad at me. Yeah, she's smiling. She's smiling because I'm smiling. A happy wife is a happy husband, guys. If Norma ain't happy, J Mike can't possibly be happy. Sean Williams, we're guessing your age. I have a number of side bets here of how old you are. I say you're a little over 30, but only a little. You're in your early 30s. That's my guess. Sean Williams, let us know. It doesn't need to be a secret. You rock, bro. See, even Nightbot said so. If Nightbot says you rock, it must be true. 2 beers. We pay the third highest taxes in the world. Number 1 is Sweden. Second is Italy. Then us poor people. And yeah, get rid of that. Get rid of the far left government. He's authoritarian. And if you let him flex his muscles and grow, it'll be totalitarian government in your lifetime. And that means that dissenters will perish. Dissenting opinions will perish in one way or the other. First, they'll kick you to the curb, and then eventually, years down the road, somebody will come along and say, well, just get rid of them. Just get rid of them. That's what they did in Russia, China, and North Korea. North Korea, the life expectancy isn't even 50. It's 40-something. And if you don't believe me, go there. Someone got the death penalty for taking down a paper poster because he wanted a souvenir. I don't know if it was life in prison or something stupid. He was a political prisoner. Thank you, honey, darling. Oopsie, she loves me. I'm getting water, bananas, and oatmeal. Awesome. We'll go shopping later. We're almost done with the live stream. Unless you guys kick it and start coming up on the panel, it won't be a long one. But babes in Toyland, I have to get GST, otherwise or otherwise I'll commit suicide. But they don't care about that. That's the plan. I mean, they can't say that, but socially distancing people that's divide and conquer. What that does is it keeps you unhappy and unable to exercise and stay well. That kills your wellness. And if you kill your wellness, guess what? The masks are not protecting you, guys. We already know that. That's already the discussion. But the far left doesn't want to hear it because, and I'm guessing the far left is people who are greater risk takers, a greater percentage of risk takers than the right. The right just means not far left. The right is more godly. That's what the original right was God, and then the original left was the devil. So you figure it out, guys. The devil doesn't. The devil believes in doing things in secret. Darkness is what rules that nation. And then positive spin control. Let me Try this. It's a fried banana. Nice and warm. They're delicious when they're warm. Faika Abid, Team Happy, good to see you. Sean Williams, we're guessing the age, early 30s. I say 30 to 34. Which one is it? Yeah, it's the old take money from people who work and give it to people who don't, because it is a known fact that more people don't work than work. But enough people work to support them because they live cheaper, because they can't afford it. They can't afford to live more expensively. But if tax approaches 50%, I can't work either. I can't afford tax to be 50%. I almost can't afford it to be 25% because then I don't have anything. My 75% isn't enough. Well, you'll get enough as long as they don't change it. This type of totalitarianism or authoritarianism, they do conniving things until they don't have anything else to do, and then they'll take your money. If no one's working, there won't be any money to give you. That's what's going to happen. Now, the only discussion is how long will it take? That's the real discussion. Why would you keep them in office? That's ridiculous. You have to take care of the working man, or else nobody will be left to do anything. You won't have anything. If it's going to cost you $1 million to say you have abdominal pain, say it's your appendix or something in your abdomen, and they say, well, it's going to require surgery. We can fix it, but you need surgery and you're going to need $1 million. You're out of business. You're finished. Yeah, it's a tax burden society. It's not good for anybody. That's good for people that don't do anything. And you give them power. You voted them power, and now you can't get them out. You can't take them out because the news networks aren't providing you enough information. And there's not enough people getting any news up to the contrary. They almost probably think I'm lying. That's why I don't get into too much detail. Generally speaking, they're killing you. I use the word killing in lightly speaking and seriously. The things they squeeze you on will be the end of you as you get older. You won't be able to survive into old age. That will kill you. The masks are not giving you a longer life, guys. They're not. We already know that viruses do what they do when you already have other problematic illnesses that require prescription drugs. That's the other thing. That's a whole another can of worms. Thank you. On Panay Vlog 14, I didn't shout out your name yet. Thank you for coming in. Jonalyn Belaza, you too. Thank you for coming in. Yeah, we're just talking about reality right now, guys. The tax situation in Canada. And we're just scratching the surface. That's what I do here, guys. Just scratching the surface. But who needs detail when it's all crushing us, guys? Instead of suggesting how it gets fixed or how we deal with it, just talk about getting rid of them. Why would we vote for that in the first place? Because they made promises. Promises to get elected is the biggest mistake. You got to know their ideology. See, the problem is over our lifetime, 2 years, everyone thought that the rich were the devil when they were working hard and understanding how money works. And we think that's the devil because that's what we're told over and over. The rich are the devil. No, the rich are controlling the news cycle. And we're not talking about people with more money than me. $1 million, $2 million. That's not the rich. $5 million. That's not the rich. The rich are in the double digits of billions, but not all billionaires are doing this. Some are fighting, and they're fighting hard to shut those people up. That's why Donald Trump is under attack, because he's fighting them. Rupert Murdoch, I believe that Rupert Murdoch is also, in a different way, he's not out there shouting, but or running for office, but he's building his news network to at least try to fight this and try to tell the truth. And we despise the few that are trying to tell the truth. This is a truth of society for many years, centuries. We've always adored the most daring liars. We adore the most daring liars, and we detest to the point of hatred the people that are at least trying to tell us the truth. And Rupert Murdoch probably will, I can't put words in his mouth, but he would probably concur with that, because H.L. Mencken said that more than 100 years ago in the Washington Post. So, which has become a different newspaper now, because different people with different thought process. It's and I believe somebody in the World Economic Forum is coercing them to do this, or at least hiring the people that think this way, which is kind of stupid in my opinion. I don't need to know everything to see something that stupid. To put this in perspective, for years, Penise, I paid approximately 832,425 pesos in taxes for 2021. So when I was working, let's just figure this out. When I was working, let's see, how much did I pay? So you were making a good chunk of change. I don't remember the exact numbers, but now just income tax alone, on a good year, I paid 450,000 just on the raw income tax at the end of when I calculate my tax. But there's so many more fees and taxes that you pay. Everything you buy, everything you earn, everything you use, everything. It's just tax. The government is charging us money so that they can exist, and they don't really do that much. I mean, the government should provide a paid police force, a paid military to protect the borders, and fire safety, things like that, and emergency. If I'm unconscious somewhere, the government should provide ambulance service to bring me to somewhere to care to bring me back to consciousness. I mean, you can't let human bodies just lie in the streets. That's why it's illegal to drive a car with no seatbelt, because we expect the government to carry us when we get in a bad accident. The day I understood that is the day I started buckling up. No seatbelt. So that's the way. Giving you a punishment of a fine is their way of straightening that out, getting people to realize, oh, they're just taking my money. It's my body. I can be safe if I want to. Yeah, but society pays the government to pick up injured bodies unconscious on the ground. I was a DJ. I used to drive home at late night, 2, 3, 4 in the morning, and when there's only a few cars on the road, luckily, thank God there's far fewer cars on the road, because I would see all the bad accidents where the cars were just all over the place, not moving, and spun around in the wrong direction with broken glass and broken fenders and everywhere. And I would think, this just happened. There is no emergency service here yet. Now, these were the days just before the cell phones in the late 90s. I didn't have a cell phone. I couldn't report it, and I had to drive. I had to come to a stop, and then I had to do this. I had to zigzag around the crashed cars, and I was shocked and scared. I thought I said a prayer. I I prayed that they could be brought to safety as soon as possible. I had no way of communicating that to the emergency. 'Cause I didn't have a cell phone. I didn't know that I could have a cell phone back in 1997. There were no cell towers. It wasn't a thing. I think by like 2001, 2002, 2003, the early 2000s, people started getting the little flip phones and stuff like that. And I always thought, well, I don't need it. I can make a phone call when I need to. I don't, you know, I get a recording for an answering machine that would record calls. If I'm not home, somebody calls me, I'll just call them back. I wasn't really doing work from my phone or anything like that. And then I got into life and health insurance as a salesperson, and they said, "Oh, you need a phone." So I got one of those prepaids, and I thought, "Oh, this will be enough." And then it wasn't long when I realized, no, I need a real phone because it kept running out. I would get a phone card to put in more credit. I hate that. Filipinos do that. My own wife does that. She buys the credit, they call it load. She prepaid. It's prepaid load. She gets those cards so that if she runs out of or she's getting low, she has a card ready because we can afford it. But sometimes she says, "I gotta go get a load." And she'll like walk down to because there's little stores everywhere. The saris, they all sell load. Almost all of them. Load, instant coffee, little bit of rice stuff. They all sell that stuff. Tuna. And if you're lucky, they'll have fresh fish and chicken, because chickens are everywhere. This chicken farm, I can hear them at night. It's crazy. It drives me nuts. That's all the roosters are getting on the hens at night. It's like a terrible squawk. It's like, it's like, what is that noise? That's not dogs. And then you hear a dog. Pisses the dogs off. Dogs go crazy. They'll just bark at anything. They see the roosters raping the hens, as the dog will start barking. It's like crazy. It's only like 2 blocks away. It's like, and it's a slope, so you can hear it. It either it's coming up or down the hill. It's crazy. All night long, it just keeps going. The animals are. It's almost as bad as someone playing loud music that you don't like. It's crazy. Right? You Filipinos know that. Sometimes I don't notice it now. I've been here long enough now that I don't always notice it. Oh yeah, dogs are barking. It's like it bothered me at first, because my daughter was raising pit bulls, and when they bark, it's like boo. It's like stop barking. But now, and then neighbors, they hate it when your dogs bark. They'll come out the house like, "Can you stop your dog from barking?" You don't do that. Excuse me. You don't do that in the Philippines. It's just normal. Everybody's dog's always barking. Did you see? I don't know if you guys saw Norma on camera. She's got a lot of things on her mind, so she's not doing the live streams right now. I think when this all subsides, we'll do some live streams again. The problem is that we always have guys, Darren and Fanatic and Shadows up here, and then whoever else. It's she just lets me do it. She was my co-host last year. She was my co-host. That was so funny. But I did so much talking that if I had to go to the restroom, she would do shout outs. I would come back and she'd be like, talking. Like, really? I didn't know you wanted to talk. Let's see. So we're talking about the tax situation in Canada and how some people benefit from it and how others are just paying. Renting research, just hop and skip. What? From $1,400 a month for a resort. So that's a vacation, right? So that's a lot for a vacation stay. Oh, well, it's a month. Well, I guess that's not a lot. I guess $1,400 for a month wouldn't really be a lot. I paid that for like 3 days, and it was terrible. The scenery was wonderful. The vacation was fabulous, but the little room we had, I forget how much it was. No, it wasn't $1,400 US, but it was close to it. I forget how much it was, but but it wasn't a month. It was just for 3 days. But it would have been a month at my Airbnb from the credit I used. That was sad. I had a prepayment for Airbnb in 2000, and it was going to last me almost a month. It was like 25 or 28 days or something like that, 27 days. And it was a decent place. Swimming pool, right in the metro, Taguig, beautiful area. And I thought, what better place to have when I come back here? It won't be far, not far from Pasig City, where some of my friends were. Not far from here, actually, either. So, with the traffic, I mean, it takes a while to get through the traffic because we got to get out of Rizal. It takes a while, and then we got to get through Pasig and parts of Taguig to get there. But traffic can be busy at any time. It's by the way the bird flies. It's not that far, but it just takes a long time to because you got to go up and then back down and to go over the bridge and back down in traffic. Because if we go to the closest bridge, it'll take too long. Because once we get over the bridge, which isn't hard, then you're in a problem with traffic, and it takes too long to get to the faster roads. That's the issue. So everyone's got in that nowadays. The GPS has that all figured out. They'll tell you if you go the short way, it'll be 2 hours. If you go the long way, it'll be 90 minutes. Which one do you want? You go the long way, and then if there's a problem, then it can change, but you just don't know. It's not you because the long way they usually have at some spots they'll have people directing traffic. In the daytime, the midday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. They'll in the really big spots they'll have like 4 officers directing traffic. You don't see that in the U.S. You don't see big intersections with 4 cops directing traffic. What they have in the U.S. is they'll have no cop directing traffic, and they'll have sophisticated lights for left turn and stop and right turn and then they'll have cameras, so whoever violates it, they're gonna pay like a week's pay. It's not a day's pay; it's like a week's groceries. And for me, anyway, that's not fun. Plus, you get a report on your merit on your driving merits. That's hard to get rid of. You don't get rid of that. Only time lets go of that. And I'm talking like 6 to 7, 10 years. That's on your record for a long time. The wife is going to be sitting at home driving me nuts because she was diagnosed positive for COVID today. Yeah, but she's going to be all right, right? COVID is like a bad version of the flu. We were right all along about that. Now, if she's got hidden diseases that only she knows about, then she's got some concern. She works in a nursing home. Fortunately, she gets paid to stay home. See, that's hurting society, though, getting paid to stay home, because the work needs to be done. It doesn't matter if you stay home. She's staying home and she's still positive, so just go to work and take it's the same risk, guys. And once you get COVID, if you survive it, you are immune. That is true. You can get it twice, but you're immune. I mean, your immune system, if it's not totally compromised, if you beat it once, it's the mutations of the virus are getting weaker and weaker. That's how virus mutation works. Now, if they create another gain of function, then that's a different argument. Yeah. So we're taking now. You're in Canada too, so the Trudeau administration is not dealing with it the right way. I despise the way the far left these far left administrations are dealing with this. They're holding on to a pandemic that's unnecessary. The tactics they're using to deal with it are unnecessary, is what I'm saying. So I don't want anyone to misunderstand what I'm, especially YouTube. I've always said I don't disagree with the fact that there is a virus and we're calling it COVID-19. I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm only questioning the the tactics and the protocols that we're putting in place. Our leaders are not our intellectual superiors. Far from it. They're actually our inferiors. They don't have us in. They don't have our benefit in mind at all. That's fake. I will say that that's fake. The idea that they're helping us is a fake idea. Don't take my lunch money and give me a bag of chips and then saying you gave me lunch. Don't pee on my leg and tell me it's raining. That's what they're doing. Right? Bu fun fi din din. I had that right at one time. Bu fun fi din din. Good to see you. Wilma Fuentes, new team happy. Good to see you. Thank you for the thumbs up, guys. Now, if we did the wheel and we were begging for thumbs up, there would be thumbs up. I know. It's hard to do the team happy. I know Happy Gong Gong does it alone, but I haven't tried it alone, and it's like a little bit easier to do it with the guys up here, because then I can concentrate on that. Get rid of all governments. That is the only because then you have anarchy. That's out of the question. See, we hate the person that's trying to tell us the truth because we think his personality is quirky. Look in the mirror and tell me, does everyone think you have a great, just for argument's sake, Two Bears? Do you think when you're speaking to people that more people will like you than Donald Trump, or that you're more articulate? My point is, neither am I. But he said some things that I say, I wish I could have said it that way. Because he's right. He's right about everything he says. He's not lying. He's trying to tell the truth. People say, well, he's stupid. He doesn't know everything, but neither does the person that thinks he's stupid. The people who think he's stupid, they don't know. They're not smarter than him, because or else they would be multi-billionaires, and they're not. Or they would be preaching the word of God, and they're not. Because I don't know anyone preaching the true word of God that will say that we need to get rid of him and that we hate him. He's trying to tell the truth. He is working against the World Economic Forum because he tells you it ain't good, it ain't right, it doesn't work, they're going to fail. He's not specifically picking on them, just the ideology is what he's trying to say. The whole ideology of this nonsense is what he's calling it. He's calling it nonsense. He's calling it what it is. Hey, David.
Hey.
Hey,
Yeah, man.
Good to see you. Yeah, we're just talking about be careful what you wish for, and we adore the people that are the most daring liars, and we despise the one or the few that are trying to tell us the truth.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I'm sorry. Who's that? Who's telling us?
This was written over 100 years ago. In generally speaking, most people adore the most daring liars in the media, and they detest the one or the few who are trying to tell them the truth.
I can see that. Yeah, that makes sense.
That's true. That is generally speaking, that's true. That's always been the case. That's always been talked about if you guys read, and I know everyone says I read, Jay, you're ignorant. I've heard that, but you don't. I don't want to go down there.
We've been down that road before.
I know. You're remembering the same day I'm remembering too.
Mm-hmm.
And, those people will double down, and then they will triple down, and then they will quadruple down. And here they come, guys. Two Beers is authenticated areas. Let's see your face for a second, TB. I'm going to call you TB. All right. That is your new name, TB. Oh, he's got a connection problem. He's bouncing.
Sounds like it.
It's TB here, guys. Now, Tom Brady was TB12. You will be TB.
I would have to disconnect the camera and plug it back in.
Yeah. What's your favorite number?
My favorite number?
Besides 12. You can't have TB12 because that's Tom Brady.
5.
Okay, TB5. All right. There he is, TB5, guys. And then we got, Josh. Josh, you hanging out with David today?
Yeah, I'm just coming in for a little bit.
Josh and David are good friends, guys. Hey, yeah, welcome. Thanks for coming in.
What's up, Josh?
So anything goes, David.
I'll tell you a little bit later on how my day went.
Oh, okay.
You can tell us right now, Josh, good or bad?
Bad day.
All right. So you said that with a smile. That's not a bad thing.
Because I'm trying to be positive as much as I can.
Yeah, that's the only thing that will work, Josh. So that's good.
Maybe that's why I struggle so hard.
Get rid of all governments. Well, see, you guys got to choose good over evil. You can't get rid of everybody. You can get rid of an idea or a government or an ideology or the way they do things. You can do that, but you can't get rid of. You don't want that, guys. You will all perish. You can't, because that requires murder to get rid of your system. That there'll be anarchy, chaos, and murder. It'll be like, what was that movie?
Purge.
There's been
The Purge.
Purge. Yeah, there's been a series of them now, and good people will remain good, and then bad people they'll come out of the woodwork. That's how that's going to work. So we already know how that's, but they don't really change anything. It stops. So because they only have one day, but things will stay the same.
Yep.
No, we vote for people based on what we believe to be so. And what the problem is, we've been lied to for so much. The big lie is to keep lying to you about everything possible. Everything that goes wrong for them, there'll be another lie. It's called spin control. And then what happens is the media is behind this. It's not just the government's not in charge. They're doing what somebody else, people who own the media, are telling the government what to do. They've been doing this for 50 years, and they have a grip on the world. And we have to see this, guys. And it's not a conspiracy. The conspiracy is seeing what they're doing. I don't know what they're saying behind closed doors, but I've seen clips. I think if I start naming names, we know who the names are because they've been revealed over the years and months, especially in recent times. So I think one of the major news owners, the majority owner of Fox News, is Rupert Murdoch. I think he's trying to tell the truth. The others are not, and they're 90%. The others are 90% of controlling 90% of the media. The people involved in the World Economic Forum are up to no good. It's the work of the devil. They think that they're creating a utopia. They use the word, that's their word, utopia. That's a long story, but I want to like drift away from that, David.
Well, I mean, we can drift away, but to be honest, though, you're right, Jay, and to drift away to that utopia that we're talking about.
No. I want to slow down today. Today, I'm saying that I don't want to keep talking about it.
I know. There's going to be a lot less people here.
Joe and Jenny, good to see you. Thanks for popping in. Hope everything's going good, Joe. Yeah, it's a tough subject. We need ammunition, and I'm not talking about killing people. I mean, like, we need facts.
Yeah.
What you
just mentioned, Jay, has been a real hot topic between me and a group of people that I know, and it's what you were talking about was something that people that really, really, really paid attention would know. And now there's a lot of common folks that know what you just said and believe it.
They're starting to hear it. They need to hear it over and over.
And the more that common folk hear it, the harder the other side is going to push. And they're pushing.
No, listen up, guys. Listen up, everybody. Here's how you know who's telling the truth. People say, how do you know who's telling the truth? There's two truths. If somebody thinks there's two truths, they're lying to you. They're the enemy. Don't let them eat at your table, right? And anybody that doesn't choose the word of God is lying to you. Don't let him sit at your table. He's not telling the truth. That's why I don't like Bill Maher. He says things that make sense, but he thinks God is make-believe nonsense. He says, I'm not 10. Someone says, how come you don't believe in God? Because I'm not 10. I know, because you're 5. That's my opinion of Bill Maher. Because he's out there. He's very, 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 he's visible everywhere. He's got a big mouth. That doesn't mean he doesn't know. I like some of the things he says, but I don't like him. And the reason is because, do you want your mother and father to be two-faced, David?
Do I want them to be? No,
I never. You want to see your mother telling your father, I love you, honey, I'll be true to you forever, and then find out from your sister that mom's cheating.
Oh well, of course not. Yeah.
All right, so that's my point. So you can't. There's not. There are no two truths. There are two things that can be true. Two different things can be true, but there aren't two truths
They're not two truths to the same answer.
to the same question. You're right. That anything else is spin control. They're pretending that it's something else. So nothing good is coming out of this, guys, because they don't believe in God. Nothing good comes from, from the hatred of God and the love of sin. This is because people love their sin. Now, you can be silly and stuff like that and celebrate someone's wedding, or we're going to celebrate our anniversary. I don't know if we're going to have some wine. That's not sin. The sin would be to drink too much wine and then punch everybody in the face, and then and someone gets hurt. There's where the sin comes in.
Nobody likes an obnoxious drunk.
that's sinful. So yeah, I gotta be careful. So yeah, but
I had a good friend who he got nasty and he got drunk, and I had my younger brother teach him a good lesson.
yeah, I don't feel a bitterness inside me. Now, when I raise my voice, like David, you've seen it on the live streams, well, I'll raise my voice and go, fuck that or something like that. I don't typically do that, but I don't have a bitterness toward people in me. But there are people that won't be invited to my table anytime soon.
Well, this guy, when he got drunk, he would go around pinching everybody's asses all the time, and quite hard.
I had two uncles, God rest their souls and save their souls, but they did that to my girlfriends and wife.
Well, I had my brother come out with us one time, and I says, when he pinches your ass, I want you to grab him by the ass and pick him up over your head. Now, my little brother, when he was in his 20s, would sit there pumping 800 pounds for 3 hours nonstop. I always told him,
Pounds.
Yeah, 800 pounds. I'm not kidding you.
Wow.
They were
Doing curls, 800 pounds for 3 hours.
Curls.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot of weight. Two arm curls like this.
He just slapped him in the ass, grabbed him by the ass, picked him up over his head by the cheek of one ass, and my friend never pinched anybody in the ass again after that.
I lift things up and put them down. I lift things up and put them down, right, Josh?
Said one side of his ass was purple for 2 months.
Damn.
I lift things up and put them down. I don't lift things up and put them down. I just put them down.
I always tell my brother, you should become
Jay,
a
you
professional
more like you
wrestler. And he
slam
goes,
him down.
no, I might get hurt. For fuck's sakes, he's got three university degrees. Not kidding, 3 university degrees. And he just sits there and works when he needs money. He works as a security guard in the girls' dorms in London, Ontario, and St. Catharines, Ontario, in the universities. Or lends himself out to for these medical drug tests to make money. 3 university degrees.
The human guinea pig, yeah. Everyone, I remember those. They would. You'd see that.
He's got a degree in music, a degree in English, another one's something related, and he's still hoping, even though he's going to be 65 this year. He's 2 years younger than me. He's still hoping to be able to write one song that'll set him up for life.
That's all you need. But I'll tell you, with a music degree, an English degree, and a something degree here in the United States, that sounds about like $25,000 to me. Because the music degree is worthless. I mean, and if you're doing music, you're not doing English, so
you got to do something with it.
$25,000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I get it. That's all you need in this life is one good song, one good book, one good movie, one good play, one good car, one good invention. That's all you need.
David, I'm studying music theory.
He's 65 now, and he hasn't gotten any of that yet.
Well, and 99% of us will die without it. That makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
And it's hard to get it, and the ones that will support you the least are the ones that love you the most. Your best fans, your best friends, your biggest supporters will be the ones that have no idea. Because when I put my music on for my kids or my family, they don't hear music, they hear David.
Right.
They don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear it. They don't care about it. They don't want to support it.
Well, when I was growing up, it was my mother's favorite thing when she had a friend over who was complaining the record player was too loud, was to tell their friend, "You go downstairs and tell them to turn it down." And
If you don't have,
they'd be walking down the stairs screaming, "Turn that record player down!" And they'd get down to the bottom of the stairs and say, "Oh, it's not a record player."
if you don't have strangers listening to your music, you won't make it.
Yeah,
Well, it wasn't the record player. What was it? Two
it
beers.
was me.
What? It was
He's
you.
playing live. Yeah, it's TB5, guys.
Of course. And so you're making some money off your music? What you doing now?
Oh no, I did professionally for 5 years. I toured around the world.
Yeah. Why'd you give up after 5 years? That's pretty good. Didn't need to work anymore. You're super
Now
successful.
the other guys in the band with me, I was with 5 other musicians. They were all from the projects in New Orleans, and they were dead set on making it in Los Angeles.
You know, just about every single musician I know that says that they toured for years around the world has that exact same story.
And you
That
know,
exact same one.
we played in one club in Taiwan. We did 2 6-month stints there, and from Monday through Saturday, and Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, we had lineups 3 blocks long after the
Wow.
club was full.
That's cool, man. Was that the best time of your life?
4,700 people that the club held, and we still had a lineup 3 blocks long waiting to get in.
I usually, two beers just to relate. I usually get 4 to 7 people line up to listen to me.
Better than nothing.
And I
Small
got
club. Yeah.
and I got to meet Michael Jackson. He performed in that nightclub in
How about
Taiwan one night.
Gotta be starting something, Jay. Gotta be starting something.
That's a Michael Jackson song. Want to be starting something. Want to be starting something.
That's why.
That was one of his big hits in '79. The last hit of the disco days.
Oh, come on. You don't believe that, do you?
Michael Jackson?
Was
Well,
the
that was his last hit of the disco era.
Oh, I thought you said it was the last hit.
After that, it was the '80s. Well, after that, he did Thriller, but that wasn't a disco.
Man, might as well have been now. Man, there's a daggone bug in my drink. Man,
Just beat it. Everybody loved that song. Eddie Van
Well-
Halen played the guitar on that.
We were up all night in the hotel room, joking around with him all night. And I started told him one time, I says, "Why don't you just fucking leave California and move up to the Kootenays in British Columbia?"
And he said, because I would be Canada and I wouldn't do that.
I don't like Canada. Screw that.
I says,
LTV.
you'll be something big for about a month, and after that, you'll just be like anybody else. That's the way we treat celebrities in Canada.
Because you're not Celine Dion.
Well,
Nobody's Celine Dion.
even Celine Dion can walk around the streets in Montreal and Quebec and not be constantly pestered.
Because the French Canadians hate everybody.
That's true.
Oh, thank you.
It is true.
It's only the English-speaking Canadians that are good people. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Wow.
And now they want to tighten up their laws against English in Quebec even more. But here's the thing. Once upon a time, the English-speaking people were 35% of the population of Quebec back in the mid-70s. Now, the English-speaking are about 16-17% of the population, and about 25% of the population are Spanish-speaking.
So they want to get rid of the English.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's something wrong with that.
But the
they already lived there.
Spanish people immigrating there are taking over from the English, and they haven't figured that out yet.
Start learning how to make tacos. If you already have people living there, you don't get rid of them. It will never end well for your government. That's another problem with Canada. They're totalitarian. Well, they're becoming totalitarian. It's not your fault. You let You let the socialists take over, and now it's authoritarian, and if they stay in power, it'll be totalitarian, and that won't end well for anybody.
I like that
It's not a good
incident
society.
about somewhere around 1980. There was a company in Montreal that manufactured Orioles. You know what those are?
Sounds pretty
Oreos?
Canadian to me.
The landing struts on jumbo jets,
Oh,
like this.
The
The
struts.
DC-8s, DC-9s, 737s, 747s, and stuff like that. They make the landing struts. So you can imagine
Toys?
the size of the lathes to make these things. The owner of this company is Jewish, and about once a month he got a visit from somebody from what's called the Office de Langue Française. That's the language watchdog in Quebec. Oh, you have to change this sign. You have to change that sign. Blah blah
Language.
blah. All your documentation that's accompanying the products that you make has to be in French.
that is a problem, and this
Yeah,
stupid pronoun thing is another problem that
and
doesn't make any
then
sense.
they had a strike, and the union leader said that the Parti Québécois should get involved in the strike. And the owner told the English press, if one of these people from the PQ walks into my factory, I'm going to shut it down, pack everything up, and move to Windsor, Ontario. The next day, one of the PQ politicians showed up with some of the French press. The next week, there were tractor trailers lined up for a couple miles down the road with flatbed trucks, workers and cranes. They cut big holes in the roof, lifted the equipment right out through the roof of the plant onto the trailers, straight to Windsor, Ontario. 800 jobs gone.
We're out of here.
Yeah, he said enough is enough. I'm not putting up with this anymore.
More people will leave too. When your city starts to shrink, that's an indication that you're not doing a good leadership job at all. Actually, you have to cause problems for people to leave.
Well, say you're in the east end of Montreal and you're driving there and you've got license plates from another province
Yeah.
and you're lost. You stop, you pull up to somebody and you ask them for directions. That they notice your license plates, the first thing out of their mouth, Munji Anglais, fuck off.
Really,
Yeah.
that's racist.
And rude.
Well,
What was once a countryman is now the enemy. I don't. That's not good.
once you get away from the tourist areas, that's the kind of reaction you get.
That is evil.
I went to do a service call for a federal government agency that's involved with bull insemination in a small town called St. Therese. I got lost. Stopped at Quebec Provincial Police Detachment to ask for directions, and I'm talking to the sergeant in English. Then out of a door from my side, this young cop comes out and he starts screaming at me. He turned beet red, sweat started popping out of his head. Then he pulled the gun out of the holster because I was speaking English.
Really.
Yeah,
Were you gonna be shot like 1942 Germany?
yeah.
So
I moved.
so they're Nazis.
I just slowly moved over so that the sergeant who was behind the desk was out of this guy's peripheral vision. As soon as I did, the sergeant dove over the desk at the guy as I grabbed the gun by putting my hand over top of the hammer. And the sergeant and I wrestled the gun away from him. The sergeant yelled at him to go back into the lunchroom. And then very calmly shook my hand, said, "I want to thank you for coming by before the tourists start coming during the summer. I'll take care of him right away as soon as you're gone."
Really, that's shocking. That's a. I don't have a word for that, but shocking. That's what Nazis do.
I had a couple
Um,
instances like that, but that was the only time somebody ever pulled a gun on me. And this is
yeah,
Canada.
yeah. You're a countryman, and suddenly you're the enemy.
Yeah.
That's bad. That's what the Nazis did. David, you look. Oh, he's got the performing glass. The performance glasses are on. Let's hear it, David. What you got going on?
I've got nothing going on. Some noodles in the microwave. It looks like Josh is ready to go though.
Josh, are you in? What are you doing? You just hanging out? Sapphire Sound Studios. Oh, we're not going to hear any gem. We're not going to hear a gem today.
You
No,
might. It just
I'm on it.
depends.
It's a gag order. Sony told me not to. That would be funny if you did a song that you have copyrighted with them, and then they blacked me out and said ineligible because of that. That's
They would. They will.
They will do that. Yeah.
They
So
will.
don't
Oh yeah,
do that.
it's
I
like
can't even
we,
post it. We don't
do
own it.
that. Yeah. Have
On
they
YouTube,
told
we
you
don't
in
own it.
writing not to do that?
Yes,
pretty much.
Josh and I can't even play our own music.
Yeah,
We can't
because
we
it's
have
theirs.
explicit-
Because it's theirs.
explicitly been told.
It's
you play one of our
theirs.
songs on YouTube. Yes, it's that for on YouTube it is, but on
Because
we
they're
gotta-
paying you. It's not yours. They're paying you to let them have it.
It's not ours.
It's not yours.
theirs.
That's right.
They make the ads. They
They do
deal
all
with
the
devil.
hard stuff.
Yep.
It's not yours.
All
but
the
you-
promoting.
You created it, but it's theirs to promote. Yeah, it's not. Yeah.
It's half theirs and a half ours.
Well,
It's,
they're
uh,
going to pay you. They're going to pay you for it, but which makes it theirs.
You
You're
know, on
working
YouTube,
for them. You're working for them because. So you're not free to use it because it's theirs now.
oh
but
no,
they're
I'm free.
paying-
We're
but they're
definitely free to
paying
use it. We're totally free to use it. I mean, Josh and I, we'll
Well,
get,
you're free
we'll
to
get
use it, but you're not totally free. You can't do it on YouTube, right?
we can, but we have to send a letter in. We got a letter. We got a special letter we can send in to put
Oh,
on
nice.
ours, but or we can just take a knee on having them monetize it. But it's my really goal, my real hope that maybe one day somebody will play one of my tracks on their.
There's red tape. Yeah, there's red tape.
Oh, I knew a bunch
There's a
of guys.
lot of red tape that we have to deal with.
I knew a bunch of guys in BC. They had come there from Nova Scotia, and apparently back in Nova Scotia they made a demo tape, and a radio station got hold of it. And one evening he gets a phone call from somebody from a radio DJ in Nova Scotia. Says, "Hey, your song is #1. Where can we get the records?" This was like 2 years after they made the demo. That never went anywhere, but it hit the radio stations and it was #1 for close to a month in Nova Scotia.
So I'm gonna say something here real quick. My music's most popular in Hong Kong. Josh's music is blowing up in Australia, and Mira's music's actually very, very popular in the Netherlands and
Yeah.
New York.
And what?
Our music is popular in places that we're
Netherlands
not.
and what? And what was the other one?
Netherlands and Austria. Austria.
Oh,
God, I thought you
Is
said
where
Australia.
MC
Austria?
Josh is
Okay.
really blowing up at is Austria. 100 streams just today in Austria, in
wow.
4 different cities. He's getting a paycheck off that.
So you get any
Cool,
discs?
man.
You get any discs out there in the market?
All our stuff is digital content.
It's
Right now.
what?
It's digital content.
Digital.
Oh
So
yes,
nothing-
we're going to
nothing
do,
on disc.
albums. No, nothing on disc. The only thing that we're going to do as a company is we are going to do for every 1,000 actual album streams that we get, which would be like that would be 10,000 streams. We're going to do 10 vinyls. So Josh will have our first album coming out. I'm sure I'll be next. Good.
I used
gosh.
to play vinyl. I had a lot of vinyl back in the day.
And I had a big record collection once upon a time too.
Yeah.
Threw them all away.
Well, I didn't throw. Mine became a collection because I was a DJ, but I didn't have everything. But then it stopped in 98 actually. It stopped in.
Now in my storage locker in the apartment building here, I got a box with about 400 CDs in it and a couple hundred cassette tapes.
You have a couple hundred cassettes.
I
Yeah.
have some promotional material on CD from the early 2000s, but it's all promo. But then it stopped in the 2003 or 4, somewhere around there.
I got one cassette that I recorded myself. Off of a mixing board in our local hockey rink. The Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young a year before Woodstock.
68.
Yeah.
So now you're showing your age. Wow, you were a kid then.
Yeah, I was a kid then. I started hanging around the hockey rink when I was 8 years old.
Yeah. Yeah, I cannot
I practically lived there.
I cannot remember how old I was when I first was on the ice skating. I can't remember.
I'd come home from
I,
school, have supper, and then go to the hockey rink. And I'd be at the hockey rink till 11 o'clock at night.
I remember skating with my dad when I was 6, and it was either it wasn't I don't think it was much older than that, and he bumped into me. He wasn't looking where he was going, and I fell, and then he tripped over me, and he was helping me get up, and I guess I was crying. I don't remember crying, but he goes, "Take it easy, Jay. That's not a bad thing. This is not the first time you've been on the ice."
I was the first one to teach Gaetan Bouffard how to skate.
Who?
Gaetan Bouffard.
Who's that?
He won 3 Olympic gold medals, and
Oh,
what was that?
that's exciting to see someone young. Because I remember,
Yeah.
because I was,
One day he comes up to me. He says, "What are you going to teach me today?" And it was a Sunday. It was quite busy in the rink. I was a rink rat.
yeah,
And I said, "How about you fall down?" He says, "I don't like
yep,
falling down."
yep.
It says, "If you ever become a professional skater, what are you going to do? Like you see these famous hockey players, if they trip, they just put their hands up over
It's
their
what they do
heads
best.
and they go
Getting back,
sliding and bouncing off the boards."
getting back up is what they do best.
In the speed skating in the Olympics,
Yep,
he
especially
tripped,
speed
he
skating.
tripped, he tripped, got back up, kept going.
You have to know how to fall
As he was sliding, he got back up, and he still set a world record in that instant.
because he slid forward. He's going too fast. You slip when you're going too fast. You lose your edge. Um, I was a rink guard for 15 years before I came here. So I remember younger kids when they were like, I remember a kid, he was Asian. He was 4 years old the first time I saw him on the ice because I remember asking his mom, "How old is he?" She said, "He's 4." I said, "That's fantastic," right? Because he was trying and holding onto the dasher and he was like
I
struggling. He
started
didn't want to quit, right? When he was 14, it was 10 years later, I went over to his mom and I said, "Your son's fantastic. I remember him from 10 years ago when it must have been his first time on the ice. He was better than me. He was skating backwards. I'm the rink guard, right? And I can skate, right? But I'm in my 60s. And he was skating backwards around the length of the rink, right, in the oval.
yeah.
And I was trying to keep up with him going, he's going at a good clip. I don't want to try to pass him right now. I was keeping up with him, but he was going backwards, like with ease.
Yeah.
And I'm like pushing. I'm like, I can keep up with him, but this is hard work. And by now he's 14.
I started working in the hockey rink and being paid for it when I was 12 years old.
Yeah, you skate free when you're there all the time because you end up helping them, so you skate free.
Now you can't get a job if you're not over 16.
The owner told the people that they sell the tickets at the booth when you walk in. They informed me through the back door. Like the owner didn't tell me directly. They said the owner told us that you and your 3 daughters skate free here for life, as long as you're the rink guard. And I said, "Oh, really?" But if they bring boyfriends, then the boyfriend has to pay. So
Yeah.
there's one free, one pays. That's how that's going to work. But then we don't go there anymore because I'm not there.
It's a ripoff.
When I was 16, they promoted me to a crew manager of the Nepean Sportsplex. I was 16 years old, managing 98 people.
Doing what? What were they doing?
We had
Everything.
we had a 25,000 seat arena and a 5,000 seat arena, 9 curling lanes, 4 indoor tennis courts, indoor squash courts, gymnasiums, a bar, an Olympic-sized swimming pool.
I'm going to repeat what George Carlin said, and I agree. Curling is not a sport.
Yeah.
Do you know why they created curling?
Because they couldn't skate.
But because they needed to create something that is done on ice because there's not enough to do on the ice. There's not enough sports, and so they needed to create something. So it's like playing checkers on ice. It's,
Yeah,
it's like a board game.
When I was 17, not my manager, but the director of the sports
Good
complex,
God.
walks up to me and fires me and accused me of stealing.
To your face.
He had the police pick me up.
That's bad business.
And one of them slapped me, and I punched him as hard as I could in the balls when he was standing over me.
How old were you?
I was 17.
Yeah, that's what 17-year-olds do.
And
So,
fortunately, I was the only other person on the face of this earth that walked their police dog for the sergeant of detectives. He didn't know this, the cop that hit me. So after he threw me into a cell, like he threw me in there, he threw me into the wall. Comes back a few minutes later after he'd recovered from the punch I gave him in the nuts, drags me to the front desk, picks up the phone, throws the phone at me, grabs the bottom part, says, "What's the phone number you want? You got one full call. I'll dial it for you." So I told him the phone number I wanted him to call. The desk sergeant looks up at me, pulls out the leaf on his desk, and just sort of puts his hand over his face, and he goes, I said, "Don't say a word." And he gives me a wink. That was the sergeant of detectives. That's the owner, the owner and the master of the police dog that I walked every day. He comes down, drags this cop into the lunchroom. You hear crash, boom, bang, bang, bang. The door opens up. This detective that assaulted me goes flying out on his nose down the hallway. Then he tells them, says, "You drive him home. Dennis, it should take no less than 20 minutes. You call me when you get home." The next day I was fired. Then I got a civilian job working for the
wait, wait. No
RCMP.
question. They fired you, no questions asked.
Yeah,
That's retarded. That's stupid.
that was the 70s.
So
That's
Early
two
that's,
70s.
they don't know how to run a
So,
business.
so then I got a job as a janitor in the RCMP headquarters, in Alta Vista Drive. And one of the superintendents that used to come down and have lunch with the cleaning crew all the time because we used to cook our own meals. His specialty and mandate was to investigate municipal wrongdoings. So when he found out where it was that I was worked and the details of why I was fired, he became my best friend.
he had your back. He was going to go ham on that dude that fired you without a cause, right?
Well,
People do that. People act that
supposedly
way.
the cause he fired me because I was one of 4 people who had the combination for the safe.
Oh
No,
And
he fired you. He fired you
all
because
the and twice in a row, all the deposits from the bingo games in the safe disappeared.
So
Well,
you're a
I spent
suspect.
guess what?
Two days.
It was the cocksucker who fired me who stole the money.
Of course it was.
He was having an affair.
Yeah, so I spent 8 months investigating theft in my hotel, right? And the first person I thought did it didn't do it. But I didn't say anything. What I did was I made a list of all cash handling employees, all employees that are in the system as cash handling. All their names were on the list of suspects.
Uh-huh.
As the months went by, everyone left their job. We wrote. But I had noticed in the system there was a lot of names that never had employment in the hotel. And I thought, okay, ghost employees. This is getting complicated. So 8 months later, it came. Now there was all different kinds of shortages going on, and
Yeah.
So there was no MO, which was very clever, and that was confusing me. So
Well, once a
so
week.
it came down. It came down to the night auditor and the front desk manager, and the front desk manager made a couple of mistakes.
Once
He
a week, I would take all the money from the safe, which was in a money bag, money pouch, and take it to the bank and put it in the into the that lock box that they have for night deposits. They used to have.
yeah, I remember those. Yeah,
I'll never forget one day I'm driving across the field. I got this money bag strapped on the carrier in the back of my bike.
hmm
I get to the bank and it's gone.
you didn't have an escort, like two people doing it.
No.
That's a rule. You got to have two people carrying money.
Well, not back then, and the manager trusted me with it. And that particular time, there was 15,000 cash in that thing. So you can bet your ass I backtracked all my steps there, and it was in the
It's not
field. It was in the
the
field where I
the
crossed and
second
came off the
person
carrier.
is not a security protector. The second person is a witness
Yeah.
to absolve you from anyone thinking that you're lying. Because then you have two people to answer questions.
Nothing ever went missing until we got this new director in the Nepean Sportsplex, who was parachuted in from Windsor, Ontario. There's Windsor again.
Big place.
This was in Nepean Township, which is now part of the city of Ottawa.
So TB, I'm drinking a frozen mango drink. It's mango and crushed ice. Mango and crushed ice and nothing else.
good.
That's
I
two
love that.
ingredients.
I love that.
Looks good. I don't ever put anything else in my mango and crushed ice.
Yeah, it's
Gosh,
just it's all
don't
you
say a
need.
damn thing.
Mango is so delicious.
Well,
You
I like
don't need ads.
mango, crushed ice, and a banana.
Not this time. We didn't put the banana in this time.
Me,
But
it's
you
like
can do that.
if I do a mango a fruit drink, it's like I'll literally turn it into like an icy type thing.
Yeah.
Who else puts their banana in once they have a mango drink?
We've done that
But
on
that's the
occasion.
best way.
That's
Sometimes
the thing in
we
it.
do that.
Mangoes are a good combination, really.
It really is a combination. The banana helps thicken it out.
I had banana for breakfast though, so that was plenty.
So you have more volume because the banana is cheaper than the mango.
Guys, give me
Banana definitely
1
has more
minute.
volume.
Give me 1
Gets
minute.
it up.
I need the men's room. I'll be right back, guys.
All right.
We're gonna stay
Okay.
right here.
Yeah.
Well, Mira's here.
Now lately on Sunday evenings, I've been jamming with another neighbor out in the park behind me here.
Jamming out in the park.
Yeah.
So you met Michael Jackson, and you guys hung out in the hotel room. You tried to convince him to move to Canada.
Yeah.
Oh.
Hmm.
Just met him for like 5-6 hours. That was it.
Just 5-6 hours. Yeah. Okay, I got you. Yeah, 5-6 hours. What do you do now? I'm curious.
I'm retired now, finally.
Technically, I am too.
And I'm moving to the Philippines soon.
Where?
Iloilo,
Where in the heck's that at? I've never heard of it.
Western Visayas provinces.
Gotcha. Okay.
It's about
Actually,
800
yes, I have.
kilometers south by southeast of Manila.
Hold on. Wait. Where? Southeast?
Yeah.
Southeast of Manila is what he said.
Can you get a map going up, Josh? I can't think of this. Is that by the beach? Huh?
Oh, we got beaches. It's an island. Boracay's up in the
That was a joke. You're missing. TB, I'm sorry. I've dropped like 6
You've heard of
jokes.
Boracay, right?
I have.
I've heard of it.
Boracay's in the northeastern end of the province of Iloilo.
Oh, and don't confuse me with coordinates. I have no idea, but I've heard of it. That was the question. Yeah. What do you have? 5 nights at Freddy's as your profile picture?
No.
I swear that's what that is. What is that?
That looks like Freddy to me.
What,
It's
there?
Yeah, on.
That's
Yeah.
a stuffed dragon that I got that stands about 4.5 feet high.
It looks so. It's like the way the picture is cut. It looks like Freddy from FNA. Five Nights from Freddy.
Maybe it is. It's a stuffed toy that a neighbor gave me a number of years ago. It's about 4.5 feet high.
Hey, Jay.
I've seen one guy driving up and down the 404 and the HOV lane with one of these strapped on his passenger seat.
So you drive truck?
No, I'm an electronics technologist.
Do you drive a van?
I drive a pickup.
You drive a truck, pickup truck.
Yeah, I've had vans. Now, currently, I have a pickup, which is for sale.
I never had a pickup truck. I always had like a minivan or something like a car.
Yeah,
Jay,
I've had
don't admit
full-size
having a-
vans, minivans.
Jay did not, just for the public record, Jay didn't have a minivan. He had a Maserati convertible. He misspoke. I'm like his representative. It's like Jay's Joe Biden and I'm his White House aide.
Oh, you know what?
I had one of the
Alpine,
original Voyagers by Plymouth.
Alpine
Jay,
car.
stop it. Just stop.
know,
Okay?
Alpine-
You didn't have to say that. That was extra. Go back to your drink.
You know,
Jay said,
Alpine
I had
cars.
one of the original Proteges too. I had the what are they?
Jake.
Jay,
what Jay meant to say.
You know the
is that-
Alpine car stereos?
Yes, we do. Did you make those? Did you invent them?
No. The owner of Alpine Canada, he had a Lamborghini,
Mm-hmm.
and he would hire me to captain his boat every second Sunday to take him and his friends out fishing on his boat.
Awesome.
Of course.
And as soon as he'd show up, he'd throw the keys to me and say, "Go to the beer store and get a couple of cases of beer." So I'd take this
The Lambo.
And drive
Lambo to
drunk.
get beer.
Yeah.
This is only on Queens Quay. Okay,
And he cracked it up.
No, you can't go more than 50 kilometers an hour.
But you did though, right?
No, my
Oh, you
mandate
did?
was just to go to the beer store and get some beer and bring the car back.
Just park my yacht real quick.
If you
Captain,
crack this
on TV,
car up,
and then go take the Lambo to the beer store.
He would
come
probably
back,
have
and
hit
hop
me
back in
come
the yacht.
after.
guys, if you crack this car up, just lie down because you did.
Anyways, a few years later, I moved to BC, and I'm working for this electronic company. Downstairs is an Alpine car dealership, an Alpine stereo dealership.
Yeah.
And they were having this car come in for a week as a promo. And I said, I used to drive that car to the beer store. And they're going, no fucking way. You don't take a Lamborghini to the beer store. Then the owner
Yes, I do.
owner shows up. Oh, hi, Dennis. How you doing?
Two Beers does. Two Beers takes a Lambo to the beer store.
Funny story. The grandmother of my daughters, I have 3 daughters, their great grandmother, her name is Malvina Lamborghini. And she's part of the same family.
Yeah,
There's
prove
only
it.
one
Jay.
Lamborghini.
What
There's
time?
only. I can prove it. Her name is on a tombstone in the cemetery in Winchester. Massachusetts.
One time I'm captaining his boat and he wants to drive it. I said, go ahead, it's his boat. And we're out in the lake. Then he opens up the thing. It was the boat was called Deep Throb.
Deep throb.
Deep
Stop.
Throb. It had 2 Corvette engines in it. He cracks it open and we're going for.
How big was the boat?
It was about 40 feet.
Cool.
He cracks it open. Yeah, and it's so foggy. It's so foggy.
Deep
All
Throb, he
you
cracked
could
it open?
all you could see was about 10 feet in front of the boat.
So it's hard to speed in fog.
Anyways, as he's going along, I reach under his arm, pull the throttles back, put it in reverse, came to a stop. 10 feet from the water pickups on the opposite side of Center Island.
So you reach under the dude's arm that was operating his Deep Throb, and you pulled his throttle back.
I pull the throttles back, put it in neutral.
Jay got it finally. Thank you. That's like my 6th one. Damn.
He's going, what the fuck? And all of a sudden, as we come to a stop, there's this great big huge concrete caisson
Thank
thing
you.
10 feet in front of us.
Finally, I stopped to listen, David.
And it goes, how did you know? I didn't know. I just had this feeling that that's where we were heading.
You always get a feeling when the Deep Throb's getting ready to hit a wall. When it's over, it's over. You just got to pull it back. It's
Because
like,
no way.
I've got a feeling.
I just had a feeling we were heading toward these things.
what is that? What does the 6 stand for in D6? What does that mean? Oh, underground, like dead.
6 pence, none the richer. I got a feeling. Oh, that gives me an idea, David.
I know. Oh my gosh.
yeah,
Here comes the Black Eyed Peas or something like that, right?
Oh yeah. Oh, definitely. We're
oh,
gonna do it.
Oh no shit.
do it like it's.
Do it.
Oh,
What's up, Joanna?
which one do I want?
You want to be all right?
I don't know if I can do it, guys, but
Well, you got this.
I don't know if I can do it. I'm no good at this.
Yo, Jay, we know you can flow. We know you can sing. We know you can bring it out. We know you got that voice.
Well, there's a trick to it. That's why. Oops. There's a trick to it, Josh. There's a few tricks, actually. All right. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Mirror TV, for hanging out. I don't know if I can do this. This is a hard one, guys. You gotta know which ones are too hard, that's for sure. Is that loud and clear, guys? We get enough volume on there.
Good. Sounds good. Sounds good.
Sometimes I do a song that's loud and clear, and then YouTube mutes it, and then all you hear is my voice. But then they let me share it, so I'm good with that. I got a feeling. I got a feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. Tonight's gonna be a good night. Tonight's gonna be a good night. Feeling. Tonight's gonna be a good night. Tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. Feeling. Ooh. Tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. Tonight's gonna be a good night. Feeling. Woo! Tonight's gonna be a good night.
Bring the music up a
Tonight's
bit.
gonna be a good night. Tonight's gonna be a good night. Tonight's the night.
Jay, bring the music up a bit. Jay, bring the music up a bit. Bring the music up a bit.
It won't work. How's that? Is that
Right
better?
there, right there, right there.
Let's kick it off. I know that we'll have a ball if we get down, go out, just lose it all. Get stressed out, I wanna let it go. Let's go way out, spaced out, losing all control. Fill up my cup, muzzle top. Look at her dancing, just take it off. Let's beat the town, we shut it down. Let's burn the roof, then we'll do it again. Let's do it, let's do it, let's do it, let's do it, and do it, and do it. Let's live it up and do it, and do it, and do it, and do it. Let's do it, let's do it, let's do it. Cause I got a feeling, ooh, tonight's gonna be a good night. Tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. Feeling, ooh, tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. Tonight's the night. Let's live it up. I got my money. Let's spend it up. Go out and smash it. Like, oh my God. Jump off the sofa. Let's kick it off. Fill up my cup. Muzzle top. Look at her dancing. Just take it off. Let's paint the town. We shut it down. Burn the roof. And then we'll do it again. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. And do it. And do it. Let's live it up and do it. And do it. And do it. Do it. Do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Here we come. Here we go. We got our rock. Easy come. Easy go. Now we on top. Fill the shot. Body rock. Rock it don't stop. Round and round. Up and down. Around the clock. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Saturday to Sunday. Get with us. You know what we say. Party every day, party every day, and I'm feeling. Ooh, tonight's gonna be a good night. Tonight's gonna be a good night. Tonight's gonna be a good night. Feeling. Ooh, tonight's gonna be a good night. Tonight's gonna be a good night. Tonight's gonna be a good night. Ooh.
So I'm talking about. Give it up for Mr. J.
Oh, God.
Mike.
Oh.
Woo!
That's one of the hard ones, guys. That looks
Yeah.
easy on paper.
That was rowdy.
Tammy Trott, big enough shout out.
What's up, Tammy? We got up in here. Tammy, Tess.
Jahanya Jahairi, awesome. Good to see you. Mama Still is good. Good morning, Mama Still.
What's up, LTV?
It's about lunchtime here now, 12:31 p.m. Destinado, shout out. Yep, good to see you guys. Thanks for stopping in.
You just had breakfast, Jay. Come on, man.
I know, but it was brunch actually. It's lunchtime.
Oh, I forgot what the lavish lifestyle is
Yeah,
like.
but knowing this household, we'll be having lunch in the next 5 minutes.
Which household is being attacked by dogs right now?
They're all around us. They're everywhere.
Okay.
Did you try my trick, Jay?
I already forgot.
The wolves and dogs howling
Oh yeah.
and
No.
crank her way up.
Oh no, I didn't try that. But I have the silent videos with the high pitch. They stop after that's running for about a minute. All the dogs stop. But it's hard for me to keep that outside on high volume. We don't hear it, but your ears sound funny when it's on. You can.
Put a speaker in the window, and put the one of those wolves howling videos on YouTube, and just crank it up, and you'll hear the dogs go nuts for about 10 minutes. Then they'll all disappear for about 20 minutes. Then you'll slowly see them slinking back quietly, one at a time.
You can't see them.
Trying to look to see where it came from.
We have walls, so we can't see them, but we can hear them. There's probably for a couple of blocks we can hear. Everybody has dogs. Everybody has 2, 3, 4, 5 dogs. It's like we have one dog.
I did that at Maggie's restaurant, and they say, "What are you doing?" I said, "Watch the dogs." They say, "It's loud," and I said, "I know. Watch the dogs." In about 10 minutes, they just disappeared.
Yeah, I was fooling around and I did that, and they did shut up. I went, I just did it myself, and then they kind of stopped. But it's not just 1 or 2 dogs; they're all around us. Everybody has dogs. Tammy Trott, you really think that was all right? You like that? How was that, guys? I never really tried to sing that whole song, and I didn't. So I need to get better because I felt weak doing it because I wasn't sure of all the cadences. I'm still trying to get that right. Josh, songs work phrase by phrase. The first phrase has to pop it. It has to pop. And then you just phrase by phrase. But yeah, I wasn't really banging that out hard. I could feel it. I could feel the struggle. But that's just me,
The struggle's always real.
I like that version though. There's no other singing in there. That's hard.
I got a feeling. Yeah.
Where's my music? There it is. All right.
Can I have your glass?
I'll add that.
Your glass. Do you want some more?
No.
Yeah, I'll do one real quick, okay?
No, give it to somebody else.
All right, y'all mute up. I got this. I'll do it real quick, Chuck Berry. I'll be the honorary Jay. I guess that'd be Josh. You would be up on deck. 2 beers. What the heck is going on with the song? Come on. Of course. Jay. Here we go. I got you, Jay. Enjoy your beverage. I'm in my automobile. My baby got me at the wheel. I stole a kiss to turn a mile. My curiosity run a mile. Cruising, playing the radio. With no particular place to go. Riding around with my automobile. I'm anxious till I have to. So I told her softly and sincere. She leaned and whispered in my ear. Cruising, playing the radio. With no particular place to go. Woo! No particular place to go. So I walked way out on the Kokomo. The night was young and the moon was cold. We both decided to take a stroll. Can you imagine where I felt? I couldn't unfasten the safety belt. Riding along my calaboose, still trying to get a belt loose. All the way home I heard a grudge, with a safety belt that wouldn't budge. Cruising, playing the radio, no particular place to go. That's it.
All right, David, that's cool. How's my level? Is that loud and clear?
Oh yeah,
Test,
it's loud and perfect.
test
Yeah.
Tornado. I had to reboot my sound card. It wasn't giving me enough. Test Tornado, good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. It was awesome. Josh, you gonna do one?
Thanks, Timmy. Thanks, Mara.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. Mostly ladies here today. Mira's here. Good to see you, Mira.
Oh yeah, always good to see you go.
David, that was real rock and roll right there. That was pure rock and roll right there, Darren. David.
Yes, sir.
There's a lot of rock music, but it's not all pure rock and roll right like that.
I agree with that.
Rock and roll! I forgot the name of that song, though.
No particular place to go by Chuck
Oh,
Berry.
yeah. I've heard that so many times, I forget the name of it. Yeah, that's so obvious, I forgot. So, Josh, did you want to do one or TB? You just hang out?
I don't even know if you can hear anything that.
No, I can't. I can't hear it.
Okay, yeah, I'm not going to be able to really do anything because of the way that because I don't the way this right now because I don't have all my stuff the right stuff right now that I have.
Yeah,
in
David,
place.
that was absolutely fantastically fantastic. Awesome, so awesome. We can hear that. Who's doing that?
Okay, that was me. So
That's
okay, it was just
Josh.
Yeah, we can hear that.
okay. It was just the set. It was the settings I had on there.
Yeah, it's always the settings. I wish there was a setting button that would say, yeah, reset to perfect.
Oh yeah.
Can I try something for a second? See if you
Sure.
can hear, see if you can hear this.
Sure.
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
No.
No, nothing.
Okay. How about this?
Effort, though.
Very dope.
David, you got red noodles there? Noodles with reds? What is that? Is that a
Oh.
pancit?
No, that's Guitar Pro.
Yeah, no.
Right. It's Guitar Pro.
You've heard of Guitar Pro?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm eating it.
Yeah, I had the app. It was a Tab app. No, that was Tab Pro.
I've got about 15,000 songs in my collection.
Oh, God.
TB, you're going to do something? You're going to do a tune?
Not tonight. The wife is right beside me.
Yeah. Tell her to give us a wave. It's like, get on TV. Here's your chance. It's the J Mike Live.
I don't think she made it.
Greetings, Euroflatus. Peak.
She got diagnosed. She She got diagnosed with the COVID today.
She feeling okay?
She's running a really big fever.
TV, is she feeling okay?
She doesn't have fever anymore.
Oh, she's feeling better?
Are you feeling better? Yeah.
Yeah, I was right.
I hope the 4 shots that I've had work.
I wouldn't worry.
The heck is that? It's not me.
That's Josh.
Oh, it's Josh.
That's Josh.
TB, do you play the guitar as well?
Yeah.
Okay, hey Josh, hold on, chill out for a second.
Yes, I
You
play
guys
guitar.
think you can play some original music and like could we bet some money or something on who would be the best guitar player?
It'd probably be him.
I'm mostly a rhythm player.
So is Josh.
When you play that Chuck Berry, and everybody will like vote for you.
I'm
You
just
don't
saying,
need to
I
be
thought it'd fun.
the most simple guitar players sound the best.
I don't know if I'm starting to come down with Alzheimer's or something like that, but I used to know thousands of songs. Now they all get all confused in my mind.
You got to play them every day. The best way to play guitar is to play every day.
So now I just make stuff up as I go.
Yeah, you forget.
And-
It's easy to forget guitar.
And obviously people like it because I had a couple of cops come by one evening. We were playing out in the park and says, we had a noise complaint, and 2 other cops come by. Says, there's 600 people out in their balconies listening to these guys. These guys are fantastic. Forget the noise complaint. That person's not a music lover.
We don't want to piss off the 600 just because one guy is gonna.
That's exactly what they said.
Because one person has a hair across his ass. Billy
And
Joel.
whenever I take Tinker out for a walk, I get people stopping. When are you guys playing again? When are you playing again?
Yeah. Billy Joel made a video about that where there was everyone loved it, and there was one lady looking out the back window going, "Turn that shit off."
This is my latest creation.
Yeah. Oh.
It's what's that company out in Seattle that makes necks, guitar bodies?
Seattle Neck Company. I don't know.
Saddleback.
Warmouth, I think.
You got me. I don't make guitars.
They made the neck.
I just play them.
They made the neck for me. The neck is Babinga with a Gonzalez fretboard. The body is African mahogany. I made that on my balcony, and it has the Ghost hexaphonic system in it.
Oh.
TB, what kind of guitar do you play? Like what kind of music? You said rhythm, right?
Yeah,
You play slow, you play fast?
both.
Can you play faster than MC Josh?
I never heard of them.
I know.
Do like a Creedence type of a rhythm, Creedence Clearwater. Do something like that.
No, I'd say I want to challenge these two to like a duel here. I think that'd be fun. I mean, or they can come up on my channel here in a bit, and we can do that. I mean, I know.
I tried jamming with my buddy there on StreamYard, and it didn't work out. When I played it,
you never know. StreamYard's
Can you guys?
Now, when I played it back, it sounded like shit.
Let's do a
Always
blues
sounds like shit on StreamYard.
progression in A, guys, and see what we can do.
Mine's not. It's alternative tuning is what I've got.
Well, you're gonna have to fix that.
No,
We're gonna do a medium slow.
Oh, yeah,
We're
take
gonna
2
do-
seconds to retune the guitar, right?
We're gonna do a
No.
medium slow
Yeah, I'm
progression
I'm
in
gonna
A.
change headphones.
No. TB, play something real fast, or let Jess play first, and then you play faster.
I'll give you something, guys.
Play something Michael Jackson's band would have played.
No.
No, come on.
We're gonna do a Clapton. Here it comes, guys. You guys can play along with this.
brother. Yeah.
Now, David, I would join in, but my guitar sound card doesn't work with this computer.
Why
So
you
I
need a sound
can't.
card for?
Because I gotta switch. You won't. I gotta switch how it's playing. Are you guys ready?
Yeah, I got this. I got this.
'Cause I can switch it, but I gotta.
I mean, I can back that up. I can back that up.
gotta-
Shit,
I
I don't
gotta
even know how to play the guitar. Shit.
I gotta
All I was
switch.
saying is that all I know is that my homie MC Josh, he gets dissed all the time about the stuff that he does, and he's a killer ass guitar player, and I would challenge him to TB5 any day.
I
I'll
will
bet money on it,
switch. I'll switch sound cards and then I can play along. But
I'm not asking you to play along. I'm just saying, I'm like,
everything's
I
got to
just play
flip flop.
faster. That's all I asked.
These damn things go through factories like they're popcorn.
No, not. Hey, kill the backing track, Josh. Kill it like you did yesterday in front of your audience. Do it. Go. Just you. Just your guitar. Go. No backing track.
Oh, I was going to switch to my electric, but
Just do it. Hit it.
Okay.
There we go. That's it. Yeah, I mean, come on. No, Josh, chill. Like, there you go.
Man, this is the buzz that we're waiting for.
What was that? A Marshall stack?
Sorry, my bad, bro.
Hum and buzz. Oh, that was you, David. I thought that was
Yes,
two
that
TV.
was. I mean, I thought I was going to have to plug in after I heard both of those performances. Jay, come on, get your guitar. I'll challenge you.
All right.
All right. you're good. You're good.
That's my homemade guitar.
That's pretty cool, man. We're a little
Got it
starstruck
tuned.
too. All right, you guys gonna getting me to make a fool out of myself, so you know. All kinds of buzz going on.
Will I what? Will you what? Oh yeah, baby, take it off. Take it all off, baby. Oh yeah, that's the way we like it.
Good ending. Good one. Mic check. Mic check. Is it? Can you hear me?
One thing I can never figure out: how the heck they ever fit this part in? That part doesn't fit in that song at all.
Well, at least it fit within this live stream. That was good, man. As long as we got that in. You got something else to play for us? Years?
You want something slow, something fast?
Oh, whatever you want to do. I know you guys can play guitar. Here's got it.
My guitar got a tune. Hold up.
There we go.
That's what we call a jam session, guys.
I guess so. I thought we were taking turns, but shit, I'm
It
almost
never works. Yeah, we're not professional enough.
Sound good? I didn't have anything to play. Y'all heard me play guitar plenty of times.
It's all good, guys. Josh, have at it. You're the only one.
Yeah, it was like I was trying to set my electric up, but it just wasn't cooperating. So, and what I wanted to do with this one wasn't cooperating too well. But
Yeah, I gotta switch sound cards when I do that.
I'm just plugging mine into my mixer.
I don't have a mixer or a sound
So, TB's got mixers, but all I have is these switcher cards.
me be misunderstood? A minor.
No, that has like 25 copyrights. You can't play that one.
GF. I'll play it. You know what other song uses the exact same chords? Heartbreaker by Led Zeppelin.
This is such a different cadence. It's hard to realize that. Hi, Cher. Hi, JB Vlog. Hi, Cher. Hi, Amy09. Sean Williams. Deborah Orant. Hi, guys. Thanks for stopping in. Cher Pencil. Tammy Trott. Beautiful vibe. Thanks, guys. Yeah, we're all jamming. You missed my part there. We were all three of us were going together for a minute. And now it's two beers right there, Josh, a minute ago. I was doing
got the Roland Raftec system in it. See, there's an extra
TV
jack
made
over
that
here.
guitar himself.
And I can plug this into my GR55 synthesizer.
He's got it all working over there. Yeah.
That would take me about half an hour to set all that up. So another time.
Get ready. Next time you come up, you'll be all set. You'll be ready ahead of time. See Yanni Pick, Megalith shout out. Everybody, good to see you guys popping in. We lost David. You guys missed the blues jam we were doing a little while ago. I put the guitar down.
I like doing that in E.
In what E? We can do that. We can do that in E. E minor. You're talking about E minor, right? It's okay, David. Learn the C, A, G, E, and D chords, major, and then learn a pentatonic scale. Learn the A minor pentatonic, and you'll be good to go. Right, Two Bears? Right, TB?
These snark tuners, they're going through batteries like popcorn.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
I notice that when you go outside, you can't see these things at all in the sunlight.
This is the flanger. Yeah, yeah. You need low light. This is the flanger that I use right here. Ha ha ha! I don't. It needs to be in the range though. It picks up the string vibes, but that's it right there.
This is my favorite effects pedal. I bought this in 1971.
I'm using something called Holy War. It gives you the sound you heard.
This has got two big knobs on each side, balls,
Yep.
and speed.
Well, you can probably see it if I can lift it up. Let's see if I can pull that. Oh, why is that in the way? There's the Holy War right there, TB.
What does that give you?
The sound you heard me playing with,
The distortion?
Yeah, it's not all the way up. It's about halfway. So, David, guys, you can imagine how when all the progression players played with BB King, you can imagine how everybody felt about each other. But BB was highlighting everybody. Everybody had his turn to shine, and that was great. It didn't matter who was more advanced or had more experience. It just when it's your turn, it's that you just take it away and run with it, and you make it your own. And that's what BB King was all about in his last 20, 25, 30 years of his life. He just invited guest guitarists to come up and join the progression, and these guys made Slash look like a kid trying to learn the guitar, right? And then BB would go, "I love the way Slash plays," and it sounded he didn't know how to fit in, and that's what you got to do with blues. You got to figure out how to fit in. I was only playing what I know. I wasn't doing anything special. Nothing special, guys. Just play what you know. That's what you do. Good night, David. See you. Thanks for coming up, David. I love you, brother. I love you like a brother, David. My darn brothers. Francesca, yeah. Just it's all about playing what you know, right, TB?
Yes.
That's all you guys are doing. So, yep. And I've only been playing. This is my second year playing. I'm just trying to learn stuff. I'm trying to learn music theory, but I'm trying to apply it. I'm not just like study. It's you can't just sit down and read music theory. You got to learn a little bit at a time, and apply what you can work with. Do re mi fa sol la ti do. It's the basis of music theory. When you tell people that, then they start to say, "Oh, that's what music theory is." Yeah, do re mi fa sol la ti. That is the basis of music theory and how that works, how the notes go together. Everything else just makes it more complicated, right? Hey, David, you watch. Yeah, thanks for coming up, David. It's been 4 hours. I do have things to do. The week's going to get busier. Right now, it's our anniversary is coming up tomorrow, and we're going to celebrate Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, guys. We have all kinds of surprises going on. I don't know if all of it's going to make it on video. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. I did that for my last birthday, and it seemed boring. It went 9.5 hours, but so any 20-minute segment seemed boring, especially in the beginning. It was boring because not everybody was there. Not everybody showed up, but we did have it ended up okay. But over 9.5 hours, that we got some good clips out of that. But in the beginning, everything just looked like it was standing still.
Who was it that did the Parisian walkways?
I don't remember. Is that a music piece?
Yeah.
Parisian walkways. That sounds familiar, but I'm not too familiar with it. It just rings a bell.
I'm trying to remember his name.
Hey Jay, laters.
Was it okay, Josh? Gary Moore. Was it Gary Moore?
Yeah. Have you seen Gary Moore and BB King playing together?
Once, yeah, but it was a while back. I can't. It's not fresh in my head. But I saw BB playing with like a bunch of guys that like there was like 6 or 7 famous guitar players sitting side by side.
This particular one was just BB King and his band.
That video is out. I know, but I haven't watched it lately. So
and David Moore. And
Gary
the
Moore.
expressions
Gary
on
Moore.
Yeah, and the expressions on BB's face says it all.
Yeah. That means they're getting into it. That's all that means.
Oh, he really got it.
They're tuning in with their head into what they're doing, and that's what that does. That's what. The reason that makes it sound better is because the guitarist is trying his hardest to make it right, to make it sound right. That's what that means.
Well, Moore was matching BB Ben for Ben, right on the money.
Sometimes when I'm playing, it's like my head will get all like tight, and I'm like, that's what I'm doing, but I'm not recording myself. It's like that's what I'm doing too, but I'm not really expressing it with my face. It's in my neck and the back of my head.
Yeah.
It's like, and then when I'm down, it's like I'm all tight and tense. That's what that is. But I need to learn how to express it in my face. David's a budding musician. He's trying to learn how to be a musician. Buddy Guy's like 83 years old, right, TB? And he says, I'm always just learning. I've been learning all my life. I'm just learning. That's what he always says that. And he was famous in the 70s, and that was like 50 years ago, and he still says, yeah, I'm still learning. He always says, I'm not the best. I learn from the best, and I'm just always trying to learn. When TB, the greatest things are the simple things.
He sure had a good time on the Kennedy Center when they were doing tribute to Santana.
Yeah, Megalith shout out, Sherry, VIPs worldwide. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in. The greatest pieces of music are like when they simplify it and when I'm not doing too much. Like BB King is famous for not doing too much, and then everybody loves it. Buddy Guy does that too. He a little bit. He's they make one note sound like an orchestra. One note. It's one note.
I do that when I plug in my.
He's got no clothes on. Don't stand up all the way. I will be. They'll shut me down. That's the male. That's not a female chest, guys. He's got hair on his chest. He's got the man boobs going on. I don't know about that. You're scaring me now. Good to see you, Sherry. What's going on over there? Whose link is that? Right down. Just type JAY. If that's your home link, if that's a video, just tell us. Just tell us. TB, I gotta go. It's 4 hours, but it's. I don't limit it to 4 hours, but I do have some things to do today before it gets too late. We gotta get ready. I gotta get ready. All right. So we'll see you guys soon. We don't know when the next live stream is, guys. We're gonna be off for a few days. So just check back. Check back, Maricel. Team Happy. Good to see you guys. Everybody, thank you for coming in. Everybody, Josh, David.
Jay, I'm going to be coming in November. Can you do me a favor before then?
Before then?
Find out where the head office is for BDO.
The bank?
Yeah.
I didn't have any success with them, but I didn't contact.
I got a couple 100,000 pesos in my BDO account, but I haven't touched it since 2012. Because every time I logged into that damn thing, they asked me to change my password, and then my hard drive crashed, and I lost. I think.
And
I want my money.
Google says it's in Mandaluyong near Ortigas Center, near the Mecca Mall. Let me check this. It is BDO Unibank Incorporated. Here it is, right here. Head office. Let me back up here. I don't want to use that website. So,
They call it Unibank?
why don't they have the thing with banks in the Philippines? They don't have much online presence, and I don't know why.
I know.
I think that they're afraid that they're going to be hacked.
And then I went into the bank with my old bank book, and I said I want my money. And they said they would give me a call, and they never gave me a call.
Foursquare, they're reputable. BDO, I trust Foursquare. They invested in our corporation a while back.
Okay, well I'll let you go because I gotta hit the
Hold
bathroom.
on, I'm gonna see what I got.
I gotta hit the bathroom.
I'm gonna see what I got here. Oh yeah, it's hard to get that information. This is crazy.
Yeah, I know. Next time, Jay.
That means they stole your money.
Yeah.
I'm kidding, but who knows? It's hard to. Yeah. No, there is a way to contact them.
And I said, well, open me up another account. And they said, we can't do that. You have to be here for 6 months.
Yeah. When you're there for 6 months, they'll tell you something different.
Yeah.
They'll tell you have to have your permanent residency. You know how long that takes? It takes over 2 years just to get started on that. I've been here a year and I can't even get my 1 year. Not yet, anyway. They give me the runaround. I got in the country during the travel ban because they said they recognized my Utah County marriage. Now they're saying they don't recognize it. It's like the consulate gave me a 60-day visa because they did recognize it. But now
I went with my wife in May, and I got smuggled into the Philippines.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
Right through customs, no entry stamp, nothing on my passport.
But it wasn't. Well, I mean, there was their error, but it wasn't their fault because I don't know why they didn't just check for a positive record from the airline. That's simple. That's what
they did.
The fifth grader
could do that. When I was leaving.
Yeah. And then they caused the flight delay.
And they delayed the flight for almost half hour.
They're not smarter than a fifth grader. I keep saying that to Norma. Yeah. She's like, no, we have to follow the rules, Jay, right? You know what she said to me the other day? She goes, some lawyer told her the same thing. And she goes, you were right. And I said, everybody says I'm right after a while. But they don't like it at first. They hate me. And then when they realize what's going on, you were right. Trump was right. And everybody hates his guts. It's like he's the only person fighting and trying to tell you the truth. I don't care if you don't like his personality. The reason you don't like his personality is because everybody's mocking him.
That's because he's a buffoon.
In what way? When you like, you're almost his age, so
he's somebody who's got money, and he thinks because he makes a lot of noise, everybody's going to jump for him.
because people are telling him to take charge. People asked him for years to run for president and take charge, and finally he said no, because nobody's going to
Well,
like what I say. Half the people will hate me, and half the people will agree. He goes.
well, the Simpsons predicted that he would become president years and years earlier.
I know, yeah, but no. In the 80s, Oprah called him on the show to ask him to run. She was trying to persuade him to run for president. Reagan was president, and he goes, no, that's not a good idea. She goes, why not? He says, because half the people won't, no matter what you decide to do, if you decide to do A or B, half the country's going to hate. And he's right about that. He's right about everything. Now, a lot of people, well, I said, no, you hate his personality. And people that hate his personality are the people that don't know the difference between personality and character. Oh, I love that comedian. What a character. No, he's not a character. He's a personality. Character is what you sign your name to. Personality is how you tell jokes or not. You know, your little quirks when you talk and act, when you interact. So, how is a 75-year-old man gonna not have a quirky personality? You know, that's just ridiculous. When he was younger, it was different. When Joe Biden was younger, he was still a quirky jerk. He always had that attitude. I'll punch you in the face. Why? You're 5'2". You're not going to punch anybody in the face. So that's a personality too that you wouldn't like if you met him. You can tell a lot by a person by how their hired help gets along with them and tells you, the true stories. And there's more people who worked for Trump that say that, the bad stories aren't really true. And there's more people that worked for Hillary Clinton that tell you they will never work for her again. Not for any amount of money. So there you go. There you go.
I gotta hit the throne.
All right, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna say goodbye, guys. Bye, guys. Brave Young Lion, Winnie's OFW, AIM09, Franceschi, MC Josh. Thanks for coming in. David Belo, thank you guys. Thanks TB5 right there. That's my new name for him. That's 2 beers. Nobody knows his real name. I don't know why. I mean, he had a high profile job. I don't know why we don't know his name, but anyway, that's the way he likes it. So, but we know he's from Canada and all that good stuff, and he was a security technician, technical security officer, things like that. We know about him. If we did our homework, we could figure out who he is. So, thank you everybody for coming in. It's been a little more than 4 hours, guys. Thank you. See you. I'm not sure we're going to take the rest of the week off. Darren's not live for a while. He's away on a business vacation, business trip, whatever. And so just keep your eyes out, guys. I'll schedule a live soon. Likely it will be next Monday, this coming Monday, guys. Most likely, but it's not definitive yet. But I will schedule that as soon as I realize when I want to go live, guys. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you so much. Bye, guys.